Hello everybody and welcome back to the channel and to another live stream. It's been quite a while since we had a live stream. We did try to do one at the start of the month for playing Titanic Adventure Out of Time. That did not go to plan because the game is very hard to run on PCs that are released now because the game is running off some old MS-DOS code. But I decided to try and play some Demo 401 today. We're just going to go around kind of and explore the ship like we did before when it came out. And we'll answer any of your questions as well. I'm also joined by a guest this evening who is in the development of his own Titanic game, who is Herman Jarl. Herman, are you there in the chat?
Hello, hello.
Hello, can everyone hear Herman just in the stream just to make sure? Can everybody hear both of us together?
I'm gonna do sort of an audio check, so I'm just gonna talk a little bit.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Also, maybe you can share your screen in Discord.
Yes, that's a good idea, actually, yeah, because the thing's delayed.
Is really delayed.
Yes, of course. There we go. Yes, everyone can hear both of us. That's great. It's really annoying how there's a stream delay. I've tried to set up Streamlabs so that there's no delay at all, like, or even if there's just a 5-second delay, like I'd be okay with that. But for some reason, it's like a 30-second delay, which is really annoying because it's really hard to try and keep up with the chat.
Yeah. But
yeah, I see we have some familiar faces in here. I see some of your fans as well. I see Paul Walker's here.
Hello, Slycoons.
I think I saw the Dauntless. Yes, I see the Dauntless there as well. So that's great. It's great to see because I had tried to do a stream a few nights ago and it did not work out at all because I wanted to play Titanic Adventure Out of Time. Which is the really old Titanic game that came out in the 90s. And it's just impossible to run it because it's so old. It doesn't work on new computers. It's really...
Yeah, I also heard about that because I was asking my viewers, like, what other than Honor and Glory can I play?
Yeah, because...
they all said, like, Adventure Out of Time, but they all also said that it's impossible to actually run.
Yeah, it's just that it's, I don't know how it works. It's just apparently the only way to get it to work is if you own the original version of it on a disc, which, like, if you go on eBay, I think they cost like $50, and it's like, that's pretty expensive for an old game, but because you can buy it on Steam for like $5, but that's the version I bought, and it just doesn't work, which is really annoying.
The Steam one doesn't work either?
No. Well, it works. It's just it's in a super low resolution. So if you try to stream it, it's going to be tiny. It's going to be like the size of my mouse on this stream is probably like it looks awful. It's it's really bad. But yeah, so yeah, we're just going to explore the Titanic. I was in Belfast for the last few days at the museum for the anniversary, so if anyone has any questions about that, please feel free to answer. I did actually meet two people there who was it was very strange. I actually met two people at Belfast who knew who I was, which was really nice. So if anyone has any questions about Belfast, or if anyone here before has also been to Belfast, let me know, because I want to know what your experience is and what you thought about it as well are like. But let's start into it. I think, if I'm correct, last time I talked to James, who's the creative director of this, Project 401 is supposed to be coming out very soon, which is the like Steam version, which is the complete version of this demo, which is going to be on Steam. It's going to come out very soon. Hopefully not too long. Just let all the shaders load in. Yeah, I'm running this off my hard drive now, so I'm not sure how slow it's going to be because I ran it off my SSD for the first stream. So everything obviously loads. I can see like shaders and stuff popping in, but it's just because it takes up so much space. I couldn't keep it on my SSD.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty game.
Yeah, I mean, did you play Demo 3 yet?
No, I haven't. I do want to, though.
Yeah, Demo 3 runs off the old Unreal Engine 4, and the optimization is really bad on it, so it's just very, very laggy when you're inside the ship. This is a massive upgrade over that, like for the performance. I can see a few stutters now, but I think that's just because I'm running it off the hard drive and it's just not fast as the SSD.
Yeah.
Just see there, someone's asked a question. Do you have any plans to make a game with the Oceanic 3, Herman? That's an interesting.
So I've been asked a lot of questions about doing other ships, if there's just animations or games in itself.
Mhm.
And right now, I'm just gonna say no, because I definitely have my hands full just doing the Titanic right now. And I mean, Titanic is because the weird thing, I'm not really like a ship enthusiast, if that makes sense, but
Yeah.
I'm a Titanic enthusiast.
Yes.
So, like other ships, I don't really have like the personal connection, I guess, to other ships, but Titanic has always been very personal to me.
Yeah.
So I think that wouldn't really work in a way. I guess I could do things like Britannic and stuff because they're so close, but yeah, I definitely have my hands full with this project.
Yeah, a Britannic game would be pretty interesting because I mean the team made one, but again that was done on Unreal Engine 4 and the performance is really bad on that as well. And they
Yeah,
haven't.
that's the real-time syncing one, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a bit of interior stuff in it as well, but it's just they need to. I really wish they would move it over to Unreal Engine 5 and
Yeah.
just kind of fix some of the bugs. That's a cool shot there actually with all the boilers.
Yeah. I mean, it really surprised me because I have never played any Honor and Glory demos before.
Yeah, I remember when you played it on stream for the first time.
Yeah, and it was so weird getting like all the rooms of Titanic in context
Yeah.
because you always read about them on like a paper, but now actually seeing them in 3D in context was super cool.
Yeah, and there's not many like every time you kind of look at pictures of the interior of Titanic, majority of them pictures aren't even Titanic, they are Olympic
Yeah,
because Titanic is so poorly photographed, especially on the inside.
yeah,
So it's great to be able to actually walk around what we think is what these rooms looked like.
yeah.
But yeah, especially I love these lower decks like down here in the
It's so cool.
yeah.
It's like I can't stress enough how much work Honor and Glory has put into this. It's so amazing, and it really is like genuinely, it's just history. It's going to introduce a new generation to the story of Titanic, which is
Yeah,
so cool.
it's great because I feel like the only way people were getting introduced to Titanic before this was through the James Cameron movie,
Yeah, for sure.
and I think it's great now that there's something else um,
Yeah,
that can pull people in, especially because this will attract younger generations because it's a game, and
yeah, exactly.
especially with the game you're developing, you're going to have an actual story mode in yours, aren't you?
Yeah, like a lot of people, like whenever I'm talking about my game, people always bring up Honor and Glory, which is understandable. It's made in the same engine.
Yeah,
It's about the same damn ship, so it's pretty understandable. But it's quite different from Honor and Glory because I think we've established now, or the team has established that Honor and Glory is going to be more like a digital museum at this point, more than a game.
yeah, they had decided kind of I think after they rebranded that they're not going for the 3,000 or 2,200 individual different characters with a full story because they were going to model every single passenger.
Jeez.
This was back before COVID, but they've
Yeah,
completely decided not to do that. And I mean, I can understand why they've decided not to do that because that would take a lifetime to do.
yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm making a more what you call a standard game. It's going to be a story-based game where essentially the setting is Titanic. So there's a unique story going on. You're doing your own thing on Titanic, and yeah, the ship sinks. Spoiler. So
Unfortunately.
yeah, so it's kind of hard to explain on like simple sentences, but it's more like a standard game, going around exploring. It's going to be based on the real history, of course, but there's also going to be like fictional aspects
Okay,
that is
cool.
necessary for me to like tell the story that I want. But I'm not crossing any lines. I'm not going to change like the ship doesn't sink if you do this and that.
Yeah,
Essentially, the story of Titanic is the same throughout the whole game, but your character can like change their story and maybe their outcome
that's
in a way.
incredible. I just see here two things. I just got a super chat from Brody. Thank you very much. Great to see you here. I know you're a long-time fan of the channel. I see you on all the comments in each video, so it's great to see you here. And also, I saw just Paul Walker. You mentioned it's Tom Linsky's era that we're talking about. Yes, that is correct. I mean, he did great things for the team when he was the creative director, and he's still doing great things now. Like he is kind of responsible for the Britannic game that was made. It was his idea, I think, to do it, and it was made while he was still part of the team. And I know he's working on a Lusitania game that's supposed to be coming out this year, I believe. It's not going to be out in time for the anniversary, but it is supposed to be coming out pretty soon, and that should be um, another cool experience to be able to try out and play. So definitely looking forward to trying that out.
Yeah, the Brody again.
Brody again.
Seems like it.
Oh wow, Brody! Thank you so much. I'm glad you're. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I've never actually gotten super chats before, so this is great. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. If there's any places you want to see, especially in the ship, let me know, and I'll go to them. Because I did realize after I finished that live stream, I missed a lot of locations, and this is one of them. For example, there's that notification. Now, thank you so much, Brody. I really appreciate it. Um, this is the chain stores for the anchor above the massive bow anchor. This is where all the chains would have sat. That is really cool. Like these are spaces we've never seen before in previous versions of the game, so it's really cool to be able to go to these.
Yeah, it looks super cool. But again, as I said in our last stream, it's super weird positioning.
Yeah, yeah, it's I suppose there's just nowhere else to put it. When they were
Yeah,
designing the ship, this was just the only place it could oh, what's down there? Just on the next kind of what's all that? Oh, that's the other chains. That's the chains for the side anchors, I would think. Yeah.
I'm guessing that's the one leading out.
Yeah, the ones on the side, I think. And then there would be one I
Yeah,
think there would be one on this side as well, I think. But that's really cool. Um yeah, it's I was actually so I've been in Belfast for the last few days, and I visited this ship that's permanently docked in a dry dock in Belfast called the HMS. Oh God, what's it called again? I forget. It's a World War One battleship,
oh,
and it's been completely preserved in Belfast. God, I need to just look up the name because how did I forget it already?
okay. So I'm if that's okay with you, I saw some other questions a bit up here.
Yeah, if there's any questions in the chat that you see that are directed towards you, you're more than welcome to go ahead and answer them.
Skyhawk is asking, Herman, is your Titanic game gonna have a playable demo? Yeah, when I get that far, for sure. I'm gonna need a lot of inputs from you guys.
Yeah, it'd be
And
really cool to see.
yeah, I'm excited about it. Dauntless. Hey Herman, how do you make games? I want to make games myself. I'm thinking about making a game with the Oceanics 3. That's a big question. So I would just start researching a bit into it. Start small and just try it out for a little bit. See if you enjoy it, and if you enjoy it, you can try a bit more.
Absolutely. Brody, I just see you super chatted again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Wow, he really is a fan to
Yeah.
take care of.
Oh, he comments on every video. I always see your comments, Brody, and I really appreciate you watching all the videos. So thank you so much. Oh no!
Gotta love,
Oh
gotta love
no!
those viewers, right? Oh, what
Yeah, I
happened?
just fell down the cargo hatch to the very bottom. Oh god!
Rip.
I just see Destruction Bay Gaming Britannic Patroness of the Mediterranean is only on Steam. Yes, unfortunately. I don't know if they would ever release it on console, like on PlayStation and Xbox. I don't know. It would be great for the people who don't obviously have a PC who want to play it, but I have never heard of them saying that they would, so I don't think it's going to be happening, unfortunately. So yeah, what I was saying was I was staying on I visited this ship in Belfast. It's the HMS Caroline was the name. Yes, Destructive Bay. You just said it as well, actually, in the chat. And you can explore the whole ship. It's been completely preserved on the inside, and we were just these rooms are reminding me kind of it because it's built by Harland and Wolff in the same shipyard during kind of the same time, maybe just a few years after Titanic it would have been built. It was built for World War One, but it's amazing just being able to see kind of similar design features that were put on the Caroline as well, which is really cool.
Yeah,
And
for sure. I'm looking at some images right now.
yeah, it's really cool. I've been to Belfast numerous of times, but I've never had the chance to go on it, and it was shut down for 3 years because of COVID, and it only opened last week for the very first time. So I just decided to go on it, and it's amazing. You get to walk around, and it's very interactive. Like there's like games you can play on it. Like there's a simulator where you can like steer a wheel and control the thing. It looks like it was made in Unreal Engine. Actually, it's really cool. And you can go up to the wheelhouse, and the telegraphs are there. The steering wheel's there. It's very good.
Yeah, I see some pictures of the interior here, and I definitely see what you understand. What you said about like the reminiscent of this demo.
Yeah. I never went up to the crow's nest in the stream, and I said I have to do it today. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's such a good view.
Because I started just a few months ago. I had tried to start modeling my new version of my Titanic model for my videos, and I thought it would be ready for this year's like animations, but it is not nowhere near finished. This one has because my previous model that I used in this year's videos, it has like a 2D hull, so none of the hull plates. It's all textures. Like there's no actual 3D aspect to the hull. So I really wanted to. So in the new version, there is a 3D hull. Same with like the lifeboat davits. They were just comprised of 2D textures, transparent textures. Because this model was made like 5-10 years ago for the Virtual Sailor game, which is very hard. Like it runs off DirectX, so it's not easy to like. You can't make detailed models for it or they won't work. Brody again with the super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Someone's asking, I'm curious as to what happened to the Olympic.
Oh well, unfortunately, it just was scrapped because of it was getting old, and the
it was scrapped in 37 or 45.
it was sold for scrap in 37, and it was completely gone. I think by 39, it just didn't exist anymore. They started scrapping it in 37. But yeah, it was at the height of the Great Depression, so they like people, the country was broke, no one had money, and Olympic was just old, and it's crazy how to think of it because I mentioned this actually in my last stream when someone asked about Olympic because they asked me my opinion on it. I wrote a piece about this while I was in school for one of my finals about how the scrapping of Olympic actually saved a poverty town in the UK, because the town where Olympic was scrapped is called Jarl, and they were one of the hardest hit towns by unemployment and poverty because of the like recessions and stuff in the 30s. And when the Olympic came, it brought 18 months of work for the people who had no jobs at all. and it actually kind of saved the town in a way. And then I think the Mauritania was also scrapped in Jarrow as well, so that brought even more work. So it kind of it helped those families get money to put food on the table and stuff. So it kind of helped the town, even though we would all love for the Olympic to still exist and be
Yeah.
like a museum. Unfortunately,
That would have been so cool.
it would
Like
have
a
been
full, yeah.
because when I was in Belfast, the tour guides were saying how if it had been kept, they probably would have brought it to Belfast and put it in the dry dock, the Thompson Drive dock, because it would fit perfectly in there because it was designed to fit in there, and it would look so lovely because then you'd have Nomadic and Olympic like
Yeah.
together. That would be just incredible.
Is that dry dock not in use today?
The Thompson Drive dock is not, no. So when Titanic Belfast, the museum, was being built and all the museum stuff was being built, they decided to buy the dry dock off Harland and Wolff.
Oh.
And Harland and Wolff then just built a new one that's a little bit further up the dock, which is where it's even bigger though. It's even bigger than the Thompson dock. So currently, there's a whiskey making company that owns the Thompson Grave dock, and they're doing tours of it, and then they're also making Titanic whiskey and vodka that you can buy. Unfortunately, they're not open for business yet. They're not open for another month. But yeah, so if you want to go, you can actually go into the dock itself. It's like it's drained, and you can walk down into it. And they have a keel that's laid. That's the full length of Titanic, so you can walk beside the keel, and just get a sense of how long the ship really was.
I really need to get to England to
Belfast to see.
Not England. Sorry, to Belfast. But I also want to go to Southampton.
Yeah, Southampton. It's really unfortunate because Southampton has changed so much since Titanic was there. Like it's nearly unrecognizable. The only thing, no, I've never been to Southampton personally, but whenever I look at pictures, the only resemblance that I see is the actual concrete dock itself is the same shape.
Yeah.
But none of the buildings, none of the cranes, not even the bollards or the ballards are gone as well, which is crazy.
Yeah, because I remade, well, to the best of my knowledge, I remade Southampton in 1912 for my game.
Yeah.
But I was overlapping it with today's Southampton, and it is such as you said, there's so many differences.
Yeah.
And even before now, I said this as a joke in one of my videos, but it really seemed like every other year they decided to rebuild the entire dock and everything around it, because every single image from each decade is so different.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons behind that is just because I feel like in the 80s and the 90s, Southampton wasn't used as much, or the ships that were coming into Southampton, like cruise ships and stuff, they weren't as big. Like you had the Queen Mary and stuff in the 60s, and that I feel like was one of the last big liners to ever go through Southampton until like the 2000s when Queen Mary 2 was built. So I feel like they were just constantly expanding to make the docks bigger and bigger for these ships that were coming along.
Yeah, probably.
Because now they've got the new Cunard ship Queen Anne that is going to be ready to set sail next year, and that's even bigger. So they're probably going to have to make a new dock for that in Southampton somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm rushing around here. I just noticed these tile patterns. I stayed in the Titanic Hotel in Belfast, which is inside the original Harland and Wolff building, and these tiles are still there on the floor. It's incredible.
Yeah, I've seen some images of it.
Yeah, there's so much stuff from Olympic in the hotel as well. Like the bar in the hotel is made out of the swimming pool tiles of Olympic, like the real ones. It's really cool.
So cool.
Let's see. Have you been to the Pump Room Cafe? No, Paul. Unfortunately, yeah, that's gone now. So what's happening? If is that the cafe that's inside the pump house that you're talking about? Because that's gone. Because when I was there a few days ago, What's in there now, half of the building is owned by the HMS Caroline for their museum, and then the other half is going to be owned by the Titanic Distillery, which is the place that makes the whiskey and the vodka. So I don't think that pump house cafe exists anymore, because I remember it being inside the pump house, but there's no cafe inside the pump house anymore. Bollards and train tracks still the same. Oh, is that in Southampton? Are the bollards actually still there? Oh, cool. I thought everything was completely ripped out from that area and then like refurbished. It was there 2 years ago. Well, yeah, I see. So this Titanic distillery started construction, I think, last year, and then they've taken over a majority of the pump house because that's where they're going to be doing their distillery stuff. And then Caroline has always owned the other half of the pump house since they've been there. And just I had noticed in this new version of the demo that they've changed the color of the benches and the lifeboat davits.
I just noticed the benches as well.
Yeah, so like in every version of Titanic, whether it be a film, a game, or documentary, or they've always been painted black. These sides, and it's just interesting seeing them in brass. This is the first time I've ever seen, like in previous versions of the demo, they're black as well. So it's just weird seeing them like this.
I wonder what sort of information led them to change it.
Yeah, it's also the same over here with the lifeboat davits. They've made this bit brass. This used to be just white. All of it used to be white, so that's interesting as well. They're just two things that stood out to me when I loaded up the demo for the very first time. Yeah, I love the funnel color. They finally got it right, because there's so much talk over what color is the correct color for the funnels, but I think this looks the nicest. Like, that is amazing. You can zoom in and see the rivets. That's incredible. Are they a texture, or are they...
That's definitely a normal map.
They're not 3D rivets, are they?
No.
Yeah.
I highly doubt it.
I mean, it would be pretty hard. It would be pretty annoying to have to go in and do one of them, all of them, one by one.
Yeah.
The smoke effect is really nice as well. Is that like within Unreal Engine 5, or have they made that themselves, or is that like an asset that they've just kind of put in?
I mean, I don't know specifically how they did it, but there's like 1,000 different methods to do smoke, and I definitely think this is one of Unreal's particle systems.
Yeah. Because I mean, Unreal Engine 5 it's actually incredible. Because if you ever played the old version of Demo 4.1, which ran on Unreal Engine 4, the water and the sky looked really bad in the game. Like, they just didn't look like water. This looks so much better. And I think this water is just the default water that you can get in Unreal Engine 5, where it's like an ocean asset that you can just download and use.
Yeah, I actually think, well, I actually know, because I was talking about Derek with this.
Oh, yes.
So they're using a asset called Oceanology, I believe it's called.
Okay.
And I'm using another asset that's similar. They basically do the same thing, but we were just discussing a bit over what sort of ocean looks the best.
Yeah. No, because like water is such a, it's like so hard to decide how it should look in your game, because like everyone has mixed opinions on how good it can look. Because in every game you play, water looks so different in every game.
Yeah.
So it's trying to figure out which one suits your game the best. But I think they did a really good job on here, and the lighting as well just is amazing.
Yeah.
Because I remember I don't think I'm not sure. Is the lighting pre-baked in this as well? I know it was pre-baked in previous versions of the demo.
I think the interior lighting is baked, but
yeah.
The exterior lighting is, I'm gonna have to say dynamic. I'm pretty sure it is dynamic.
I know that they're adding, for Project 401, they're adding a daylight cycle. So it'll just I think it'll switch between day and nighttime. Either that, or you have to just manually switch it yourself. But I think it's really cool, because there was a nighttime mode in the old version of Demo 401, but they removed it. So it's nice that we're getting it back.
Okay, so Paul is saying something interesting here that I also noticed. Because he's asking Herman, have you noticed how orange the stacks are?
Yeah, do you
And
think they're too orange? Do you think, or
well, I don't know, but because I have made those myself as well, and we did spend some time finding the the actual color.
because I
So
like I sorry.
no, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying because I know you can find there's like images of the White Star buff with the like color code, and I know it is not this color, but I don't know what it's more of a peachy or creamy color than this, isn't it? Or that's what I
Yeah,
yeah.
but also I don't know. There's just something with the metalness that doesn't really seem right. Like metalness is how a surface is being reflected and uh, how metal the surface is. And this is obviously painted,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's a hard question if this is more metal or if the color is correct. Um, I can't really say because I don't know, but they're definitely different than mine.
Yeah, no, because I had this own kind of issue when I did the $1 million shot scene for one of my recent animations.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was
And
great, by the way.
thank you so much. Yeah, I really wanted to put people on the deck, but I just didn't have any people that I could put on the deck, so it was really annoying. I had
Yeah,
seagulls and stuff, but I made my funnels kind of more like creamier. Like they're I found an image online that had the hashtag color
yeah.
for the White Star buff, and I just used that color, and it looked okay to me. It was not as orange as this, so I'd like to know why they think it's this color.
Yeah, I'm not sure either because we also found like the exact not the
Yeah,
hex code. Is it the hex
it
code?
is a hex code. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we also found the exact one, but I do know that my material are a bit too reflective.
Okay.
That is something I know for sure. But this color just I don't know, it just seems a bit too dark. Well, a bit too prominent orange, if that makes
It's
sense.
yeah. It does look like I hate to say this, but it looks the same color as the 97 funnels um, from James Cameron. If I just pull up an image of Titanic and see, well, no, actually, maybe not. I was just thinking in my head. Is that really the same? I don't know. No,
So
it's hard to tell.
for
The lighting's completely different in these two shots, so it's hard to tell. But
yeah, obviously the lighting is gonna make a huge difference here as well. Right now we're looking at the shadowed side.
yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah, it's interesting to see this color because I know they've changed it so much in each demo. It's a different color. Like when you play demo 3, it looks way more like the hex color that I've used and that you've used as well. In demo
Yeah.
3, that's what it looks like. So I'd love to know just why they went to this color from that instead.
But for fun, maybe I can send over an image of my funnels.
Yeah, sure.
Uh, just for obviously, I'm not saying that my funnels are better. They're way too metally and reflective. But I don't know. It's just interesting, I guess. And this is in a whole other lighting as well.
I will say though, adding the reflectivity, even if it doesn't look right, it does make them look very pretty, like having the shine.
Yeah.
Paul says James Cameron's are also the right color. I thought James Cameron's were maybe too orange as well, but maybe it's just the pictures I pulled up look like they've been filtered or something. But because I haven't watched the film in a very long time, but So if James Cameron's were the right color, then I'd love to know why Honor and Glory have decided to go against that as well, and that like they've just come up with their own thing. It looks like.
Yeah. So mine here look horrible though in this lighting.
Just
So
gonna can I share this image with the screen? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, no, yeah, that's it. The lighting is different, and it looks similar to the color I used as well. Obviously, the lighting is not like it's going to be a different kind of color, but okay.
we don't see it, I believe.
Have I not moved it? I should have moved it
Oh
over
no!
to the.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. The screen is still light.
Yeah, on Discord, because I'm using 3 screens, I don't think I can share all of them at the same time. But yeah, no, I see. That's the color I would associate it with, as well. That kind of more, not cream, but like just not as dark, kind of as and orangey looking as they are in the game.
I guess it's a bit less saturated.
Yeah, like I mean, if I pull up a picture of demo 3, you'll see the color here looks more. It's not as saturated. It's more kind of. It's hinted down a bit. But or here even as well. You can see in this old picture. These are all old renders that they did. You can see the color isn't as. Or here's a good one actually. That's a good one of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for the stream.
Yeah, sorry. Let me see if I can. I might be able to switch the.
Yeah, I see. Like the image you showed 20 seconds ago. that looks to me that looks much better.
Let me see if I can. I'm going to share my screen instead of my application, so that means you can. Whenever I move anything, you'll be able to see it in real time. There we go. That's better. Right. So that's the picture I was referring to there. I think that one, the funnel color, looks more accurate in this.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and Paul agrees as well that Demo 3 had a brilliant buff. Yes. Okay, so I'd love to know why they've decided against, or not against, but why they just switched it to this.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have a reason, and maybe they've said it and I just don't know, but we'll find out eventually, I suppose.
Oh no, somebody's bringing up the Olympic switch.
I see that. No, we just say no to that. We just say no. Yeah, no. We don't. Have you seen the girl on TikTok who tried to convince everyone about it?
Yeah, and it freaking worked.
Yeah, like she got like 600,000 likes or something, and people were starting to believe it. And yeah, that annoys me very much. She also tried to convince them about the VBreak, which was even worse. The VBreak is even worse, I think, than the Olympic switch theory.
I followed that freaking. Like, I would never believe that the Titanic enthusiast community would have drama.
But it's so weird that like, what's your opinion on this VBreak? Like theory?
Well, it's impossible.
Yeah, because like by the time the break happens, the bow section is nearly completely filled with water. Yeah, and it's way how can it push itself back out of the water? It's got so much water in it pulling it down.
Yeah, and also the bow was already so far down that it like the front part probably in some way it imploded, at least definitely the windows.
Yeah, definitely.
So it was 100% filled with water.
Yeah, there might have been a few air pockets and stuff in cabins, but that would have not been enough to give it like buoyancy. It would have been impossible.
And also just the freaking promenade deck. You can see the difference from Titanic and Olympic.
Oh, downstairs, yes.
There's so many other differences other than just a promenade deck.
Yeah, my favorite difference is one that most people don't notice, but it's the bridge wings here.
Yeah, they're
The
extruded.
Liam McKeown. That's a very familiar name. Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate it. Yeah, the bridge wings on Titanic, they stick out a little bit like further, whereas on Olympic they were flush with the superstructure. They like were flat, but I think in 1913 Olympic had a refit, and I think they actually made them extrude as well on Olympic. But when Olympic was first built, they were definitely um, flat with the superstructure, and also the wheelhouse in the bridge of Olympic, instead of it being square like this, it was actually like curved, kind of like a semicircle. But they also changed that then in 1913 as well. So Olympic used to have kind of, if you've ever seen Lusitania's bridge and you see the wheelhouse in Lusitania, it kind of had that shape instead of like a perfect square.
Yeah.
It's just another thing here as well. I'm not sure about these colors of the telegraphs. I feel like they're too bright. Because I know in previous versions they used to be darker as well. They've kind of made like, I suppose it's just maybe the way the engine interprets the texture now. Maybe it's just this is the way they wanted it to look, but never could in the previous version. But I'm not sure. It's very different compared to their previous colors. So it's interesting to
Yeah.
see.
So it's kind of weird for me because I made everything that's brass in here. I made that white painted.
White paint.
Yeah,
Okay.
but uh, I don't really have any sources to back that up.
So you painted the telegraphs white.
I'm actually gonna have to double check, but I believe I did.
That's interesting. I've
No,
never.
no, 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 no. Okay.
Or maybe it was the compass tower you painted.
I'll pull it up real quick and I'll send off a screenshot.
Yeah.
Again. That's it's just kind of interesting for me to go back and forth here.
Yeah, because I think it's always important to say as well, like while Titanic Honor and Glory have an amazing collection of resources and stuff, they're not going to get everything 100% right. No one can do that.
Yeah, there's
So,
definitely some things that are gonna be
like, yeah,
not wrong, but
not one to one replicate
yeah,
it, but and it's impossible for anyone to do that. Nobody can replicate that. But I remember here as well in the wheelhouse here on the ship as well. This has changed a lot. They keep changing their what they think it looked like.
yeah.
They talked about this on their stream. They've added blue blinds now to the wheelhouse. That's new.
Really?
A lot of people used to think they would
Oh,
have.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
A lot of people used to think there were shutters that could be opened and closed, like like wooden like slats. Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Yes, no, actually, I agree with that. I in my old model, I have the bottom of these painted white as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think actually now that you say it, they had theirs painted white in previous versions. Well, that's why they look different to me. It's not the color; it's because the bottom of them is also that color. That's why they look weird. Yeah, no, mine would have been painted white as well, and this as well. I had this painted white in mine. You have it painted white in yours as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder where they got that information from then as well.
It looks odd.
Yeah, it does look strange, because this is the first now that I see it like this. It's the first time I've noticed that they're fully the same material, like brass color, and I've never seen that before in any version from anyone, whether like any movie or anything. I've never seen them look like that. So that's interesting. I didn't share the picture. So this is what I have mine looking like, and this is what Herman's texture color for the bottom of the telegraphs look like as well. But yeah, no, I can see. I like your the lighting in here. Is that light coming from the actual lamps you have modeled, or have you just put in?
No, it's just the random point
Oh,
lights, to be honest.
it's just I like the sun coming in the windows. Is that just the normal? That's just the default stuff, is it? You haven't like put.
Yeah, kinda. I haven't really worked too much on the lighting here.
And is this part of your new model, or is this still the placeholder model that you've
No,
been?
this is like everything that you can see here is my like high-res model.
Oh, your new one that you're. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So
Nice.
developing it piece by piece.
That's cool. So you've got the kind of the placeholder beside you, and then you're using it as a reference, or are you using
I'm
um
using it because I bought a placeholder a reference model
yeah,
that's it's accurate in size and proportions. So I'm using it for like the positioning of different stuff, the proportions of the like walls, doors, windows, stuff like that.
yeah,
Then I'm just removing the low res objects and I'm recreating them in high res. So by piece, it's coming together, essentially.
yeah. That's amazing. I just see Paul asked, "Can you see the wheelhouse telemotor?" There it is. The color is way more brassier on this than everything else,
Yeah,
which is
I,
interesting. Even
yeah, I'm not too sure if that maybe they just didn't bother.
that looks like gold nearly. Like that's like gold.
Yeah,
Wow. But is Titanic moving? I don't think so. I think it's still static.
yeah, it's
Um,
definitely static.
yeah, oh yeah. They did animate the engine room, so it does kind of give you the feeling that it is moving, but we are still static, unfortunately. I've even heard things that in their animations that they make, they don't even move the ship; they move the ocean instead to make it look
Yeah,
like the ship's moving, which is it's a pretty interesting way of doing it. I did that for a few of my animations as well before, but I feel like if you look closely, you can tell that it's the ocean that's moving and not the ship.
yeah. I mean, I'm definitely gonna do the same for my project because first of all, it's much easier
Yeah,
than to move the entire ships with like people on it with
yeah.
interactives. So
That's why I moved the ocean instead, because in one of my videos I had people and I didn't have them like connected to the ship. They were like their own separate
yeah, yeah,
piece, so I'd have to like make them move with it, and that would have been a nightmare just to have them
yeah,
stay in the same position on the ship, but not in the animation.
yeah.
So yeah,
So if you're clever about it, like move the ocean and the clouds
yes,
in one direction and the smoke from the chimneys, and that should be enough to sell the illusion that the ship is moving.
yeah. I was gonna go to the wireless room, have a look and see. So when I was in Belfast, I had there was a tour where they were showing us kind of just the grounds of where the museum is built, and our tour guide told us that they have all these benches outside the main building, and he asked us did we notice anything about the benches, and he said that they have a connection to the ship in some way. And I couldn't see it. And he eventually said that so they have all these benches placed around the building, and they're all different shapes. And if you stand back and look at them all, it's actually they're built in the shape of Morse code, and it says CQD CQD MGY in Morse
Really?
code if you stand back and look at them, like, so it's like, dot 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 hash dot dot dot, like perfectly lined up perfectly. And I think that's just amazing that they went into that much detail
Yeah, that's
to to like
creative.
make the benches in the shape of Morse code and then place them like around the building and have MGY and CQD and all that written in it is very cool. Have you ever seen Tom Linsky's short movie that he made about the wireless room? Like
Yeah,
it's an acted movie. It's not like an animation.
yeah, yeah. I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tom.
Yeah, Tom.
Yes.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
it's
I definitely did.
yeah, it's pretty good. It's just obviously it was made a long time ago, so the camera quality and stuff isn't the best. But he built the entire wireless room set like in real life, and he he flooded it as well. Like he built it. I think he built it in his basement of the house he was living in, and then like filled it up with water. Like it's crazy. And he
Well,
actually did a really good job on it because it looked exactly like how it did in Cameron's movie as well. Like he had all
yeah.
he had all the props and everything. It was really cool. The Last Signals is the movie. Yes, that is correct. That is the name of the movie. It's like 40 minutes long as well. Like it's not a short movie. It's 40 minutes.
I'm actually unsure if I've seen it now because I do not remember the room flooding.
Well,
But I do
when I
remember.
say flooding, I mean like up to their feet. Not to.
Okay.
Um. Oh, my spelling is awful bad there. Let me see if I can. Because he might have taken it down actually. Um. There's some pictures from it. Is the video
Yeah,
still
yeah.
up? Yeah, the video's still up. You can still watch it. It's on his new channel actually. It used to be on an older channel, but he's moved it over
Just
to this one.
re-uploaded.
Yeah, because he had a very old YouTube channel where all his stuff was, and this video was made like I want to say like over 10 years ago, so it's pretty old. But
Yeah.
um, oh, it got demonetized on the other channel. That's why he moved it. Okay, that's fair.
Ouch.
Yeah. Oh, that was bad because that was back in 2018. Um, would have you been making videos related to Titanic back then?
No, no, no.
No. So what was happening was Titanic related content was getting demonetized
Really?
because YouTube's algorithm saw it as offensive or like shouldn't making videos about tragedy and like that it was
Oh,
bad to the way like they were making it look like it was
9/11 kind of
kind
stuff.
kind of yeah like that
Yeah.
it was just that it wasn't good for good for the internet and stuff, and it was really bad because everyone's no matter if it was an animation or if it was a movie, if it just had the word like if it just had Titanic mentioned in it, and
That's
I
so weird.
yeah like I had a lot of videos in mine where I'd have like screaming noises in the background and stuff, and that especially got hit really bad with it. Thankfully, that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah.
In 2019, but it wasn't just Titanic. It was like, like YouTube monetization was really bad in 2018.
Yeah. What,
You,
what did they call it back then? It was the ad apocalypse?
yes, it was. Yeah, Jesus, Aaron Flynn, the tinker. I know him. He's a friend of mine. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, it was
Just
the.
go I'm just gonna go BRB like
Oh
10
yeah,
minutes.
of course, no problem.
I'll be right back.
So old shipping lines. Have you heard of the short movie covering Frederick Fleet? Is that the one Tom Linsky also made and is like shot on a beach? And it's a few minutes long? And it's about after the sinking? If that's the one that you're talking about, then yes, I have seen it. Linsky also has pictures of him and the actor who played Bride as Phillips and Bride. At the end, yeah, I saw that, and their costume design and stuff was pretty good. Like they did a good job. He must have had a good budget for that movie to be able to build the set and then flood it and get like the costume. And he did a bit of CGI and stuff as well. And this was all before Honor and Glory, which was pretty cool. You want to see the Grand Staircase? Okay, yeah, we haven't been there actually. Let's go there. It's still in the works. Okay, no, so then I haven't heard of this movie. Who's making it? This Frederick Fleet movie. I have not heard of it then if it's still in the works. And that's really interesting. Is it like a full cinema release or is it a short? Or no, it is a short. You did say it was a short movie. If you want, yeah, please send me the trailer on Discord because I haven't heard of it and that is something I want to see. We heard of the people in Massachusetts who are going to start making replicas of the Dexters. No, I have not. That's very interesting. Are they making them to sell, or are they making them for a prop in a movie or something, or are they? Is there like what's the reason behind them making? Are they making them to be bought by people, or is it just they're making them for a museum exhibit? Because I know when I was in Belfast yesterday, they have one of Titanic's deck chairs, and that's been pulled from the water on display. Like it's an original Titanic deck chair, and it's in now on display. Like it would have been thrown into the water probably by one of the passengers, or it would have just floated off the ship as it went down, and that is on display. And this model is based off them. Definitely, it looks identical to what I saw. Yeah, I won't show the funnels anymore. They're bugging you, Paul. It's all right. Um, Inspired by a famous London hotel. Yes, well, when I was staying in the Titanic Hotel in Belfast, I was told that the staircase in there was like their design for the grand staircase. They took some key features from the staircase in their offices, which is where the Titanic Hotel is now, and yeah, so they're that's what the grand staircase was based off, and it's great to be able to see the original version still, where what it was based off before they built it still is there in the hotel. It doesn't look like the grand staircase much, but if you look really close at some of the metal detailing by the railings, you can actually see, like if you look at some of these beautiful designs here, you can actually see that in the railings on the hotel in Belfast.
Hello.
Hello. It's done by the studio Fred. It's done by the studio Fred who covered his PTSD after the sinking. But there are scenes in the crow's nest as well. Okay, so it's based off so it shows a bit of the crow's nest and then it's kind of based after his life, yeah, because I know that life for him was very hard. He actually has a very interesting story after Titanic. He goes back to work for the White Star Line for a while, but people don't like seeing him on ships as they believe they were blaming him for not seeing the iceberg sooner and all that. And he eventually left sea and was like really poor and was living on the streets, selling newspapers and cleaning rubbish. And then
You're
he
talking about Frederick, sorry,
Frederick Fleet,
Frederick Fleet.
yeah, and then unfortunately he took his own life as well. Um,
Yeah,
in the 20s, I think it was 1927, I think, which is really unfortunate. Because he was putting all the blame on himself for everything to do with the sinking. But like you've got to remember, so many things went wrong that night.
yeah.
Like they didn't even have the binoculars. They didn't even
I,
have.
I I often call like Titanic the perfect disaster
Yeah, like
because
it's like a script.
everything that yeah, exactly. Everything that went wrong, well, everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Yeah. Paul asks, "Have I been to the Liverpool's White Star Line building? That's a hotel. I've been there. I haven't stayed in it, but yes, it is absolutely amazing. I went there in 2017, and I can't remember if it was a hotel then, but I was inside the building, and it was very cool. I would like to go there and stay in it next time I'm over in Liverpool because it's in the original White Star Line headquarters, which is very cool." Could you look at the secret space behind the aft first class grand staircase? What's the secret space? Do you mean like the crew hallway? Because I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what that is? The a secret space behind the grand staircase in the stern.
I haven't heard about it,
Oh.
I believe. But then again, I've only played this like once.
But I just don't even know about it in the ship's design in general. Is what I mean. I've never heard of a room that's a
Oh,
secret.
I thought Maybe he means like an Easter egg.
Oh, if it's an Easter egg, maybe. But okay, yeah, we'll have a look and see. We'll go in through the staircase here. We have to go down another level. Oh no, I can't go through these doors either, really. Oh, here we go. Nice. White Star Buff was actually the term. Yeah, I do know some people would refer to it as White Star Pink. I have heard that term being used before. But I would just, I have more recently just called it White Star Buff because that's what I hear everyone else calling it. It's in the first class at the very bottom of the aft grand staircase. Okay, well, we're here now. Is it one of these rooms here? Or do you mean this room here? This is a steward's, I think. This was for or the maids' saloon where they dined. Is this the room you're talking about? Like in here with the kitchen and stuff? Because I don't know of anything else down here. Like there's the barber shop and stuff. This isn't really a secret space, but is it one of these? Oh, the linen drying room. Is that it?
Somebody did comment something about that, so maybe.
Oh well. Let's back to the stairway. I've been in this room before in demo 3. I just didn't go into it in demo. Oh, this is it. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I've been to it before in demo 3 because they just had the door left open, so I saw it. But it's really hard when they have the doors closed to tell which ones you can go into and which ones you can't. But this is cool. I definitely haven't seen this bit before. Where does this staircase lead to? Second class promenade. Oh, wow. It's just below the fourth funnel. That's very interesting. I've never seen that before.
No, me neither.
I didn't even know there was a door there beside this. I'd never even seen this door before. Wow. That's actually really cool that that's just there, like.
It seems like so much of the construction here was not random, but it's like a crew door leading to the linen room.
Yeah. Like, who would have used this? I'm trying to think, like, who would come through here? And then it goes down even further. I know we can't go down, but I presume that goes down. Does it go down to the stokers or the engine rooms? Yeah, the boiler rooms. I don't know. I presume maybe it was a
maybe like a safety thing.
Yeah, maybe it was like an emergency exit or something for, like, it might, if people were stuck in boiler rooms, this might have been one of the exits up.
Maybe.
But yeah, I've never actually seen that before. Wow, that's cool. Interesting. Fun fact, when the Titanic sank, the officials of the White Star were actually too afraid to leave the Ambient house, and they read the names off the balcony from of the dead. They read the dead names off. Really? Oh God. Would they probably?
I can imagine.
Like, yeah, I mean, if they went down out onto the street, I think, well, yeah, they would have been brawled. They would have been like, I don't know what it is, but I like this basic cabin. Something about it. I mean, I know this shouldn't be here, but this chair, we've had discussions about this chair being everywhere. Yeah. It's just everywhere, the same one. But yeah, oh, it's a nice little cabin. I know my favorite cabin on the ship, and I say it every time because my favorite cabin that isn't one of the like luxury ones, and it's this one here, Father Brown's cabin.
Oh yeah,
It's
with
just
the camera.
yeah, it's just such a it's such a like there's no other cabins on the ship like this apart from then you've got Thomas Andrews' cabin on the other side.
Oh,
Um,
this was his cabin.
yeah, see you've got the blueprints here and stuff
Oh
as well.
right.
And I just love these two cabins because you've got this window, so you've got a bunch of natural light coming in,
Yeah.
and they're not like over the top. They're just kind of standard first class cabins, which I really like. That it's just the lighting. I think having that natural light, I think, is lovely.
Yeah.
I love how they put the blueprints out on the bed.
I actually thought about a couple of days ago because also in the movie we can see the blue blueprints,
Yeah,
but did they really have like blue paper with
that's
white
that's actually
drawing?
that's a really good question because when I was in the museum in Belfast, they have some of the original plans, and they're not on blueprint. They're like sketches or like they're on white paper. You know, they're not blueprints. So I don't know if they really had blueprint. I know in the movie and I know here they are blueprints, but I've never seen like like a blueprint that is an original blueprint that is on blue, paper. So
Yeah, I don't know when they started doing that. I know
yeah,
they do it for engineering
yeah,
projects.
yeah, they did. But I've never seen like an official Titanic blueprint. Any of the ones I've seen have been done on white paper.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are still in the hotel where they were originally drawn up. Unless maybe Thomas Andrews brought some blue ones with him and they were on the ship when. But yeah, I don't know. That is very cool.
Definitely is. But I was just thinking maybe they just took it from the movie.
Yeah,
And
that is possible. Yeah. Linsky also made a short movie about Andrews called Belfast Air. Yes, he did. I've seen that as well. It's all right. The CGI isn't the best because what they did is they used bits of Titanic Honor and Glory as a green screen. So like it doesn't look the best, but then again, it's a short film made by a few people. It's not supposed to be a professional Hollywood movie. It's they probably had a small budget and stuff. So
yeah.
but that it is a good movie, and I actually
Oh, from oh sorry.
oh sorry I was lucky to meet yesterday. I got to meet a descendant from Mr. Andrews at the museum.
Oh, his nephew, grandnephew.
I can't remember if it's great grandnephew or grandnephew. I can't remember, but they were there, kind of just saying a few things about him, and it was really nice.
Hmm. Yeah, 'cause, you were there yesterday.
Yeah, so I was there for 3 days, yesterday and the 14th and the 13th.
Right.
And they did a special service on the night of the 14th,
Oh,
and that's when I met them because they were all there for that. There was also someone related to Bruce Ismay that was there, but I didn't get to meet them.
oh,
Um,
I love this room here.
Money Yoke. I don't know how to say your name. Thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, I love this room. This is my favorite first class space because I love the color of the burgundy on the
Yeah.
curtains and on the floor. This has always been my favorite first class space on Titanic. I think it's so like I would imagine myself coming in here at nighttime and sitting down and like either reading or writing something in here.
Yeah.
And the lights outside and it's all dark out at sea and there's just a nice warm lighting in here.
For sure.
Like with the fire on and stuff. Oh, it'd be lovely. Very nice. Photos from Belfast show designers and architects working on Titanic with white paper. Um, yeah, like that's the only stuff I've seen. I've never seen a blueprint of. I've never seen a blueprint of Titanic that's like is original, or like I've seen. You can obviously look up Titanic blueprint on Google Images and you might find one that someone has made, but it's not like I've never seen one that I've been told that is original.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Somebody's begging for their life to see the chandelier.
The chandelier, which chandelier is it? The one
Probably the big one we just were by.
in the writing room, or the one in the lounge?
Probably the lounge, I imagine.
Well, there's this one in here first. I mean, these aren't the big ones, so I don't think it's this one. I would presume it's this one in here.
Yeah, it's probably
Which
this one.
that one is it is gorgeous. Yeah, they captured this room very well in Cameron's movie as well.
Yeah,
And look at
when it's sinking.
Yeah, God, they have the scene of the woman in the room when it's flooded. Yeah, wow. The light,
Nobody really notices that, other than
yeah, because it's only a few seconds, and some people are like, "Oh, where's that?" And we're like, "Oh, that's the lounge."
Yeah.
I love how there's these little spaces here that are like kind of private as well.
Yeah.
I'd imagine maybe some business meetings happening in here or something, like John Jacob Astor and someone else like having a meeting about like business or something. Favorite first class space is the reception room. Yes, that is another very nice space on the ship. But it's always been the reading and writing room for me, just because it blows me away every time. Have you ever seen the music video for? Do you know Dua Lipa, the singer?
Yeah.
So she brought out a song a few years ago called "We're Good," and the music video is the Titanic.
What?
Yeah, she like it's about two lobsters in the restaurant down here, like in the dining room, and like it's actually like it's not accurate really, but it is the Titanic and it is the reception room.
I'm gonna have to watch this.
Yeah, it's so yeah, and it's "We're Good" is the song.
We're good.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna casually watch it in the background.
It focuses on two little lobsters.
Yeah, that's always the meme, right? Like the only ones who were happy when the Titanic sank
were the lobsters. Yeah.
But the lobsters would get crushed by the pressure.
Yeah, unless they found a way out before it got down too far.
But I mean, what are they gonna do in the middle of the Atlantic there?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to last much long themselves. Like,
oh, they even have a sinking scene.
Yeah. I mean, the stern is very high up. The angle is very questionable. And they also launch a flare from the stern, which is a bit weird, but I mean, it's cool. It's not it's not intended to be accurate or anything. It's just for a music video, but
it is kind of fun.
It's funny, and because when I saw that music video for the very first time, I didn't realize it was Titanic until about the last 15 seconds of the music video. That's when I realized, hang on a minute, what is this? Like, I mean, it's just odd. I've never seen Titanic in a music video. I see J Ships has arrived. Hello, nice to see you. More of these cursed chairs here again. Have you seen the little short movie that's been made on the Olympic?
No.
So, you know the way like Britannic has had a movie. I know it's not the best, but it's had a movie.
yeah.
Titanic has had numerous amounts of movies, and Olympic has finally now for the first time featured in a movie. Um, During World War I, when she sank that submarine, when she rammed it.
Oh yeah, I
The
I, I read about that.
Yeah, and I was so happy to see that finally Olympic is in a movie. So now all
Yeah.
three of them have been given their. Oh, what's going on in here? Oh
Oh,
dear. Is is that
something went wrong.
is that on my end or is that in the game in general? I do know
I
actually
mean,
the version of the game I'm running at the moment was sent to me early, and they said that they had fixed some bugs between this one and the public one, and I never downloaded the public one, so maybe I should do that because maybe that isn't in. So here we are in the purser's office. I like to think that that's like John Jacob Astor's money in there, keep all his millions, keeping it safe. And there's something in here about where is it? Find cufflink owner in reception. There was something though I think about Isidore and Ida Strauss in here. That they have something in this purser's office.
yeah, Derek kind of guided us through this
Yeah,
in
and
the
I'm
previous
trying to
one.
remember. He had mentioned a bunch of things in here. Where is the cufflink? The cufflink is in here somewhere as well. It's on one of the tables. It was very cool to see, like all the books and stuff. With all the information. Whose names have we got here?
Yeah, that's like the donators, I believe.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Well, no, that's maybe in the restaurant.
For the crew, is it for like the developers?
Yeah, I don't remember, but
The
I think
Yeah,
like
the developers
um,
are all in a book in the restaurant. Yeah, in the a la carte. There's the cufflink there actually.
what's the story behind that? Oh yeah, Adventure Out of Time, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of Adventure Out of Time references. There's the cabin. I forget which cabin it is, the number, but the suitcase from Adventure Out of Time is inside it.
Yeah, right, right. So on the topic of like Titanic, Olympic, Britannic in other movies,
Yeah.
um, I'm not 100% sure on this, but have you seen what's it called? That's early 1900s gangster drama series.
19 Peaky Blinders.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't Peaky Blinders have a scene with it may be just inspired by the Olympic liners?
I'll have to look
Uh,
this up.
from I'm not too sure if it's actually the Olympic.
Here, this shot is it?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, it looks like it's based off one of them, one of the Olympic class liners.
I guess it's definitely not accurate, but it's
It
definitely
actually looks like a mix of because that looks like Cunard funnels as well. I can see the like stripe, the
yeah.
black
It
stripe,
says Cunard. What was that ship?
and all these there's all these vents. They wouldn't have been on Titanic, but
No.
that is Titanic's like superstructure, definitely. Like you can tell that is an Olympic class. Like look at the side, you can see.
Yeah, it's definitely taken a lot of inspiration from different.
Yeah,
I
well,
can see some Mauritania here as well.
Peaky Blinders is set in the 1920s, so maybe I'd say Olympic, but it
Yeah.
is Titanic superstructure, like definitely.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of Altamara on Netflix? It's a
No.
murder mystery series on Netflix. Their ship in that is based off the Queen Mary. Um, you'll see here like how they. It's called Al. It's
Oh
a
yeah,
where is it?
it has a different name in
Yeah, it's
Norwegian.
the Babra Diga Benza or something. There it is. There though. The CGI is really nice in that film as well.
It is.
Yeah, it's not really realistic, but it's just pleasing. Like it's kind of nice looking. Like the night
Yeah.
shots are kind of cool, but yeah, it's an interesting. There's two seasons of it. The first one was really good, but the second one was a bit unrealistic. Like you know, just ghosts and stuff in it. It's a bit weird.
I also watched a new show that came out a couple of months ago. Um, some sci-fi show set on a ship, and that ship you can also see is heavily inspired by the Olympic liners.
Really? Yeah.
I can't for the life of me remember the name of it. But it was a really weird show. Jesus Christ, that took a turn.
A sci-fi show.
Yeah, it's if you've ever seen Lost, it's
Yeah.
really reminiscent of Lost.
What kind of show? And what is it set in modern time or is it set in the like?
No, it's like the I think it's literally called 1899.
Oh, I've heard of that. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, I know. Is it weird? Yeah.
It is weird, but I did enjoy it.
I
But
thought was that not? I thought it was based off the Lusitania. No, the design.
well, it may be.
Where is the?
Uh,
Yeah, that looks very like the Lusitania to me.
yeah, I guess.
Like especially that kind of superstructure there. But that there looks like Titanic there. But that's Lusitania there. 100%. Is there a front picture? Yeah, that's definitely.
Based
Oh
on this
wow.
then. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't watched it yet. I was waiting for.
It got cancelled. Like
Oh, did it?
season 2 got cancelled, which is a shame.
Is it good? Like, or is it just bad though?
I liked it, but I love Lost, and there's a lot of people that doesn't really like Lost.
Oh, I
It's
liked
weird.
Lost. I thought Lost was good.
It's like really weird, and in the same way, Lost is kind of
Yeah,
cryptic.
yeah.
Okay, so everybody's flaming me in the chat. I'm sorry, I just
Yeah,
already
no,
made
it's
the
it's
like the
Lusitania.
Olympic design. I'm sorry, okay. As I said earlier, I'm not a ship enthusiast, I'm a Titanic enthusiast.
Same as getting actually. I see the Queen Mary and Poseidon. Yeah, for the first Poseidon movie, they used Queen Mary for that. The Poseidon Adventure film.
Oh, I love
Um,
that.
yeah, it's Queen Mary that they use in that. There's three Poseidon films, I think. There's that one. There's then another
It's
one.
three?
Yeah, so there's the Poseidon Adventure. Then there's
2006
yeah, and then
Poseidon?
there's a 2005 as well.
What?
Um, 2000. I've never watched the 2005 one.
No, really.
Because it reminds me. You know the way Titanic came out in 1997.
Yeah.
People also forget that there was a Titanic that also came out in 1996, but people forget about that one as well because yeah, it's nowhere near as big of a budget as Cameron's. Like it's very small compared to Cameron's, but it's still a film.
Are you talking about the miniseries?
No, no, it's a film. Like it's a feature film. Um,
Yeah, I see some posters of it here.
it was like nearly 3 hours long as well.
What?
Yeah. Similar, love story. Man and woman fall in love. The ship starts to sink. There's the cover for it. Yeah, that came out in 1996, and then you just have the Cameron movie coming out the next year, and of course that just dominates, And I feel like that's what happened with Poseidon. I feel like the 2005 Poseidon film came out, no one really watched it, and then the 2006 one came out, which I have seen, and everyone knows about that one.
Huh.
I used to like the 2006 one, but every time I watch it now, I kind of get a bit weirded by it. Like, cause the ship is like huge on it. The
Yeah,
crew, like,
I actually love the movie, but when rewatching it, it's not as good.
yeah, like when I
And
when I used to watch it for like back in the day, like long time ago, I loved it as well.
yeah,
But
it's I don't remember specifically, but isn't the acting kind of bad?
for some of the scenes, yeah, where they're like, "Oh no, you can't do that, or you're gonna die." Like yeah, it's very kind of yeah, it's just
CGI is really good though. I do agree with that.
yeah, the capsize scene and stuff is really well done. It's very.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see another Poseidon movie. Actually, oh, there's more of this here. I think it's just me. I don't actually think it's, or maybe it's just the lighting. I don't know, because it gets. It depends on the way you look at it.
I think it's out of the bake zone, so it's
Yeah,
not getting baked.
I wonder if that's in the public version or if it's just in mine. Maybe they might have got it fixed. It's
Also,
yeah, it's gonna be this.
sorry, the set design for Poseidon, like 2006, is also really freaking cool.
Yeah, like the elevators and stuff that go up and down
Yeah,
in the lobby. That's very fancy. Here's the Adventure Out of Time cabin.
yeah.
Very cool. There's the decoder. When I was trying to play Adventure Out of Time on stream, like I was in the cabin with this decoder. That's where I had to stop it because I just couldn't get it to work, and I was like, oh. But yeah, it's really cool to see that. I hope they do something about these reflections.
Yeah,
So
it's hard though.
I know it just it takes it all, like I feel like it takes a lot of the beauty away. Like if you're taking a picture like that, it just looks really.
Yeah,
But I know it's very hard to do, and it's very hard on
expensive.
PCs. Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
very bad on performance. Ah, there's King George, the big man himself.
I wonder if all of these pictures here have a meaning, or if they're just random ships here and there.
Yeah, like I know in the third class dining room, they have like a bunch of promotional posters for like other
Yeah.
white star ships, and they have some stuff for the Red Star line as well. Um, they would have definitely been on the ship, like those kind of promotional posters, but I don't know if it would have been for them exact ships, you know. But
Oh, here comes my favorite room.
this place is gorgeous. Oh my god.
Freaking love this.
Yeah. Did you see the little snippet that Honor and Glory posted of like it's a shot from here, I think, and the iceberg goes past through the windows? Yeah, very nice. Very nicely done. Yeah, I remember Demo 3 was the first version of Honor and Glory where you could come into this room, and it's amazing. It hasn't changed much, I don't think, since. I do remember Derek mentioning something about the deck, the floor texture.
Yeah, because they changed it from being complete carpet to actually have.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, they had. I think they had this carpet covering the entire room, because I think there's only one picture of the Cafe Parisienne, and you can't like. I think it's like taken like this. Yeah. Like you can't see much of the floor. It's not like this. It's more like this. You can't see the floor. But
turn around for a second.
Yeah.
Look at the plates there on the because you're probably seeing that image from the wreck, right? Where
like of these plates.
Yeah, and the plates are kind of stacked on top of each other because they were inside like a
like this, you mean?
This. No, like if like that.
Are they still stacked like that? Oh, yes, or do you mean like do you mean they're lying on the seafloor like in that position, but they're in that position? Yes, I have seen that picture. Yeah.
I wonder if this is that cabinet.
It could be, or it could be. I know there is other, maybe in here, or I don't think we can access it in the demo, but there was in the kitchens, which would have been through here. I think there would have been more of them kind of stacked plates like that as well.
Yeah, might so, because that image is just so cool.
Yeah, because to see them
it shows like the cabinet has laid there, but the cabinet has rotted away.
Yeah,
you can still see all the plates.
And it's amazing how they didn't fall. Like they actually stay. I know there's a little lip there to kind of stop them from, but it's amazing that they actually stayed in it. Obviously, until it fell apart. Which is incredible. Yeah, it's amazing. Like if you ever look at videos and stuff of the seafloor, there's so much stuff that like is still like kind of in, like there's some windows that still have glass in them. There's bottles on the ground that are still closed, like bottles of wine that are still sealed. They've some of them have been brought up actually. Some wine bottles have been brought up that have been sealed.
Yeah, they've even tasted some.
Have they? Oh, I didn't know that.
And they said they tasted like salt water.
Yeah, because I wondered, do you think the water would have found a way inside?
Yeah,
I mean, it's sealed though.
It was sealed, but it's been seeping through the core.
I don't mind this room. It's all right. I'm not really a fan of the a la carte restaurant.
I think it's nice, but it's a bit crowded.
Yeah, like, and I don't think many people actually. Well, in a lot of the Titanic like shows that I've watched, whether it's movies or TV series, I know there's a TV series that was made in 2012, and it follows all these passengers. They're all fictional characters on the ship, like, and there's a big fight in first class because a couple weren't invited to this private party in the a la carte restaurant, so they were they were eating together alone in the reception room. Because
so I do remember hearing that every single first class passenger could fit in this restaurant, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you see, how it worked was you would have to pay to be in this restaurant. Like, if you wanted to eat in this restaurant, you had to pay extra.
Yeah, because this is the only one that wasn't.
This restaurant wasn't actually owned by the White Star Line. It was a private, like, it was an Italian company. So even the waiters that worked in here didn't work on the, they weren't White Star staff. They weren't, hired by the White Star Line. It was completely separate people.
I wonder if that's why it looks so different.
Probably because they probably decided what it looked like. They probably designed it themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, like every first class passenger could eat in the reception room that was included in their, or the dining room, not the reception, the dining room. That would have been included in their ticket price. But if they wanted to eat in the a la carte, then they would have to make reservations and they would have to pay extra.
Yeah. Same for Cafe Parisian.
Yes, and the Palm Courts as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted
Palm Courts. Where's that?
Where what?
The Palm Courts.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Oh, sorry, that's the cafe at the stern here. Just through here, past the smoking room. It's also the Veranda Cafe, is what it's called as well. Palm Court Veranda Cafe, is what. It's it's got two names. But
this room is also one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's really weird though how it's separated. Like, so this is one of them, and then you have to go out here, and there's another one on the other side.
Yeah, I remember talking about this with Derek as
well. Yeah, and there's no way to get into either one. You have to go outside and go around. There's no doors. So, like, if your friends were sitting in that one and you were in this one, you'd have to come out and go around just to get in there. Because, I think, that's just deck equipment and stuff. It's just strange that they didn't have a door or a hallway that would go through. It's a bit weird.
Random question. Have you ever found any life? What's it called? Life buoys?
Life,
like those circle floating things?
Oh, life rings.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Have I ever found life rings?
Well, I just thought about it. Are they present on Titanic?
Yeah, there's so yeah, you see it in the movies all the time and stuff. Like, ones that say like SS Titanic on them and stuff. I think there was a few at the stern and a few at the bridge. and they were there for like man overboard situations is what they were there for. I think let's have a look and see. I think there were some attached to the railings. I don't see them now though, actually. In old versions of the model there might be some at the bridge.
Yeah, because I remember seeing them in the movie.
Yeah, they're all in every movie they have a life ring. But I think like in older models I've definitely seen them on the bridge. Like just on the bridge wings, kind of on near the let me see if they're there.
It's really weird if they don't have any at the stern.
Yeah, I thought, well, in one of my old models, I had some at the stern, and I put them there for, I had seen some reason, there was something, maybe it was because I saw it in one of the movies, is why I put them there. But in my old model, I do have life rings at the stern, definitely. And I also have them here. Yes, they're there.
Okay.
So, yeah. But I mean, like, I feel like they should put them at the stern.
Yeah, I mean,
because if someone falls off the stern and you throw a life ring here, that's not really going to help them.
No. Imagine back then how hard it was to stop the ship and turn around to save one.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder if they even would.
They would probably stop the ship and lower a lifeboat, is what I would imagine. They wouldn't turn the ship because especially like the Olympic class being so big and so hard to maneuver. If it was a small ship, like a small ship maybe like the Britannic 1 that was in the 1800s, like the really small one with the sails and stuff, that would have been easy to turn. So they would have probably been able to turn for that. But I feel like if a man went overboard on an Olympic class liner, I feel like they'd stop the ship and lower a lifeboat.
Jeez, imagine that anxiety though, falling off board and actually surviving.
Yeah, especially jumping off the stern, like right beside the.
Just seeing the ship sail away. Oh my god, that is a terrifying.
Yeah, like there's a lot of like just seeing the ship get smaller and smaller, like as you're, and because it's moving fast. Like people don't, you don't really see that, but like when you're standing on the ship, you don't really see how fast they're moving. But when you are not on the ship and you're like watching it get smaller and smaller, that's scary.
I thought that was very interesting in Honor and Glory's recent resinking kind of thing. When we actually see the iceberg, I mean, I hope they had the correct speed for Titanic, because then we actually see the iceberg being.
Yes, like how quickly it disappears, kind of. Yeah. Well,
and then we actually can see the speed.
They say that Titanic was traveling at 21 knots when it hit the iceberg, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that is its top speed as well.
Yeah. Only reason I know that is I remember the line from the movie.
Yeah, like where it's just like maintain speed on. But yeah, so in my old model, I had a life ring on each side, and then I also had ones up here on these railings, but they're obviously not here. Or maybe it was here. Maybe it was here I had them, but I had them up here somewhere.
Have you seen the renders from Vasily something?
Oh, are they the Olympic renders?
No, it's Titanic.
The name sounds familiar, but is it this guy's stuff? This guy?
Yeah.
Yes, then okay, I've seen a lot of his stuff. Yeah.
He has so much attention to detail.
Yeah, I love these. This model is absolutely.
It's insane.
I used to think it wasn't a model. I used to think these were like paintings. I didn't think they were renders. But oh my god, look at the hull. Look at the rivets.
I mean, imagine all the time this takes.
Yeah, I used to have this picture as my lock screen.
Yeah.
That's very nice on my phone.
I'm using a lot of his images as my references.
Yeah, and it's a great, like this model is amazing. Like look at the texturing on the.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, so wait, he did that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if they're.
That hull is amazing.
Imagine all the time this takes. I mean, yes, Honor and Glory is.
But he made
Fantastic.
this render. These were done so long ago, weren't they? They're pretty old, aren't they?
Posted 3 years ago.
3 years ago. He has life rings there as well, like I
Yeah,
did. Yeah, so
exactly,
he has them
exactly.
there. Yeah, and
I
he
think
has
that,
here. Look, he has the signs black.
yeah,
That's a new thing as well. Are they black or are they red? People don't know.
and he has always also written a book about how he remade this.
Has he?
Yeah,
I have not seen the book.
I definitely needed that book.
I want to see that book. Where can I find the book? I wonder.
I think it's so weird
Oh,
that
is it this book?
I believe so.
Recreating
Yeah,
Titanic. I thought this was made by. Is this not made by Ken Marshall?
it's a forward by Ken Marshall. Maybe he's using his images.
Yeah, because he's not on the front cover. Tad Fitch, Kent Leighton, and Bill Wormstad. They're all Titanic historians.
He's made the images.
Ah, okay. That's great. That's really cool. Yeah, there's his image there. Sure, they're his renders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I would love to have his 3D models for my animations. They're probably the best. It's the best Titanic model, probably. I think I've ever
Yeah,
seen in my life. Like
one 100%.
the Honor and Glory model is nice, but this model goes into way more detail.
Yeah.
How did he
I
have
mean,
the time to make this? Like,
I have no idea, and it seemed to come out of nowhere.
yeah, like I had never seen progress pictures. I just saw the final version when it was released. I never. It's
It must have
incredible,
taken him so long.
absolutely incredible.
And
And
also, one interesting thing he did is if you look at the image in the middle there from the bow,
this one,
yeah, he's made a lot of things green instead of black.
like these here.
Yeah. Um,
Okay, so
yeah.
oh, I need to pull up my model. I think I have them green as well. These
Because
things.
they're always black.
I think I made them green, but I would need to check. I'll check both of my models. I'll check the old one and I'll check um where is that folder? Where is my 2023? I can't read my desktop. Everything's moved on my desktop when I started streaming.
Paul said some while ago Olympic had 12 people committing suicide by jumping overboard.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Um so this is my old model with the 2D things that I'm going to pull up in a second here. And let me see what color I have in them in this. I think I have them green, but I can't remember. I know in Cameron's movie he has some of this stuff painted green as well, I think. I'll also open my new one. My
Does
Blender.
it?
Yeah. I don't. Do I have textures on this new one yet? Actually, I can't remember. Because I textured my new ship and then it didn't save. And I got very angry. That is not.
Ouch.
That's some interiors. That's not. Right, so this is the old one. Let me see. No, I have. Oh, I have these ones green. Well, kind of. They're like a. They're a very strange. They're a strange color. They're not green, but.
Huh.
And then I have this. I have these ones black though, or like yeah, kind of.
So you made all of this in SketchUp?
Some of it, and then I had. I used some. Like I used a reference model and kind of built around that as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the
Gotcha.
old one. Or the new one. That's the old one. Where's the new one? I don't think the new one has textures though, so we won't be able to tell. Let me see. That's the interiors. I was getting a bit lazy with this new model, and I was trying to put my old bridge inside the new model. Yeah, this doesn't have textures. Oh no. This model is very far from being finished, but I don't know what color I had them as in this. But you can see in this, like, I have the hull now is properly. The plates are all the way they should be.
Oh, I'm not excited to start that process.
Yeah, it wasn't nice. I had lots of help, like, for references and stuff, thankfully, but
Yeah, but
yeah.
just the freaking modeling of it. Oh god.
But yeah, so yeah, I had some of the stuff. They have it green in this as well, actually. See there.
Oh,
Um, but yeah,
I do not like the brass benches.
neither do I. They look very. It's just because I'm used to seeing the black all
Yeah,
the
I know,
time.
but
It's very like it's black on my new. I actually have them black on my new model as well, just because that's how I've always seen them. It's just really weird seeing them brass.
yeah.
And here again with the bottom bit, I don't know. I actually don't know now if.
I mean, brass doesn't look right to me. At least not the whole body
Yeah,
color.
on my old model, they were definitely white on the bottom. I have them white as well. I don't think I actually got to the point of texturing them on the new one yet, so I hadn't like done them properly. But
What
yeah,
are you
so
using to texture, by the way?
I just make them in Photoshop, kind of
Oh,
based off. If there's like if someone's done texturing before for that specific piece, I would like try and replicate that in Photoshop with my own stuff. Like Kyle Hudock, who is the one of the modelers for Honor and Glory, he had made a Titanic model for a little ship simulator way before Honor and Glory came out, and it's still the most accurate version of the Titanic in that ship simulator. And just the texturing on that model is really good. Like it's actually for the time. So I like to use that some of them textures. Kind of I base mine off them, and or sometimes in this I might find some textures um that are based that are well. But another thing as well, these signs. You know, it seems that everyone thinks they're black now. We can't actually see if they're black on the other side, but I'd say they are.
they were red in the movie.
They're red in the movie. They're red in everything until the last like two years ago.
Why?
Is when everyone up until about 2 years ago, everyone said they were red, but now everyone says they're black. Like even in the renders, I see now that they're black in this, but they used to be red in his older ones. Where's the stern shot? We go back out. See, they're black now as well in this. But they used to be red. Definitely were red once. Does he have? He seems to. He deletes his old renders when he makes new ones, does he? Because he'd been making these renders for years. He had other ones, like really old. Or here's maybe this is some of them actually. When he was making it.
This is 5 years
Yeah,
ago.
look, there we go. See, red signs there.
Yeah.
Even 5 years ago, this model still looks incredible. Look at wow. Yeah, three-bladed propeller in the center. Very good. Textures are amazing on this as well.
It's absolutely insane. Like when I'm looking at this, you almost get demotivated.
Yeah, there he has them white. He has them white here now, but he had them brass in his newer render. See, so he changed that obviously. He also changed the compass tower. That compass tower looks very wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got that idea from, but in that it's right. But you can see he went from. He did have the white as well. Oh, there he is. Is that Blender that he's making it in? That's not Blender, is it? That's a really old version of Blender.
Oh, it's Cinema
Or
4D.
it's Cinema 4D Maxima, yeah. Oh my god, and is that from 5 years ago as well? Because that looks really old.
Yeah, the
Wow. He's got a render up from 2 years ago as well. Wow.
Bob Bob Reeds, who I've heard that name before.
Bob Reed.
Bob Reed, Bob Reds.
Did someone say it in the chat?
Derp is saying here, then again, Ristavic's colors are based on Bob Reed's research, and Bob Reed's credibility is kinda eh.
The name doesn't ring a bell to me, honestly.
I've heard it before during one of my streams.
Okay, is he like a historian that people don't really agree with, or?
I seem to remember that.
Okay.
That is kind of like a controversial historian.
Right. These are. Does he make these models as well? These look like 3D printed models.
Well, it's probably just stylized, I imagine, because it's definitely CGI.
Oh, I thought they were 3D printed, real pictures.
I don't think so. There's something about the wood down there.
Yeah, actually, now that you say that, yeah, they'd be very nice as little 3D printed models, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, yeah.
On your desk.
Super cool.
But yeah, it's just interesting to see all these things that have changed, because I think even just actually quickly, if I check the Britannic game, the signs are red in that as well. The stern signs, and they've got the life rings as well. On the, that's actually wait, that's my thumbnail actually for the vid. That's my video. That's that's Reddit. That's my thumbnail. Posted 3 years ago by me. Yeah. Wait, that's mad how I clicked on my own thumbnail without even realizing. Oh my god! Right.
So I'm gonna be using some of your footage, like we talked about.
Yes, I'm really excited to see this documentary when it comes out. Is there a planned date for?
We were hoping obviously to release it the 15th, but
yeah,
I have so much other stuff to do, so it's kind of like a low priority job,
but you know what? It's okay that she missed the 15th, because what I've noticed is everybody uploads on the 14th and 15th, and videos kind of get lost and forgotten about.
That's a good point.
Because like I feel like if you upload a video on the 14th or 15th, nobody watches it because everybody wants to watch the real-time syncing. That's all everybody cares about on the 14th. And
but
now
I was also trending.
Your descent animation did really well. The stern going down, I really liked that. That was really good.
Yeah, thank you. It's got 18,000 views now.
It deserves more. I hope it gets more, because it's really cool. I've never seen a video done from that kind of angle or perspective. It's really cool.
Yeah, and it got like 8,000 views only in the past 2 days.
That's great. I'll have to share that. Actually, I have to share that with my Discord and stuff, because it's actually, I feel like it's a video people need to see, because I love when Titanic videos are made and they're like different, they're unique.
Yeah.
Because no one has ever done a video like that before. And I loved the like the flashing of the lights, like as it goes down, like or the explosions, not the lights, like the explosions. That's very cool.
Yeah, that was a controversial topic in the comment section.
Did they not like it?
No, one guy. He brought up an interesting point of ethics.
Well, were you trying to replicate the implosion with them? Is that what you were trying to show?
Yeah, I mean, because he didn't think lighting, flashing, and explosions. I didn't make explosions, but they maybe looked like explosions.
Yeah.
But he didn't like that, and I
Okay.
said it's dramatized.
Yeah.
And then he brought up the question as to why, as like the story of Titanic doesn't need to be dramatized since it's already
Okay.
a heavy drama. And it's an interesting point, um, but at the same time, you do need to dramatize every retelling of anything in a way.
To make it interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
the more people that remember it, the more people are going to remember the actual story and
yeah.
keep the actual story alive.
No, that
And I
you're
mean, look at any war movie.
yeah.
Like there's not a single war movie that is not heavily dramatized.
No, you're right, absolutely. Like
And also the Titanic movie, like James Cameron's, if that
yeah.
wasn't as dramatized as it is, it would probably not have made such an impact on me, and that would have made sure that I would not remember the movie. I wouldn't remember the story.
Yeah, like
So it's kind of like a balance type of thing.
yeah, because if the Titanic movie didn't have the whole Jack and Rose story, it wouldn't have done as successful as it did. And
No,
they have to keep that, they have to put that in it so it makes people interested, you know?
yeah,
Because
for sure.
if it was just a film about the history of the ship and all that, the only people who would watch it are the people who are interested in that.
Exactly, and what sorry, that was what I was trying to bring forward to this person that commented.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people doesn't want to play a textbook game,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. You don't want to play like 100% history because the first 4 days of Titanic, if you imagine a game about that, you would go to dinner and eat and go to bed. There's nothing more.
Yeah, you might walk around the deck, you might meet someone, and that's it. Like yeah,
Yeah,
because there was that was just the way of it. Like that's just how it was done back then. You know.
yeah.
How far? Wow, you can zoom in pretty far on this.
Oh damn.
Wow, that's an ultra wide. That is very pretty.
Half joke question. If someone foreign were to move to Belfast, how long do you think it would take them to gain the accent?
um, it depends on how much you would go out and talk to people who do have the accent, I suppose.
Is Belfast like a really prominent accent?
Well, not Belfast, but maybe the north of Ireland. Yes, like I would be there a few times, but like I do not sound like someone from Belfast. I'm from the west of Ireland, which is more kind of it's way we're not near Belfast. Like a Northern Ireland accent or a Belfast accent would be like I don't want to do an impression because it wouldn't be good, but it does. It's a unique accent. Like it sounds different to other people who would speak in like you know it's its own accent in a way. Like it's
So are we talking like Jacksepticeye or?
no, he'd be the same as me. He'd be the same
Oh
kind of same.
really?
Yeah, he'd be from the same area as me as well. So
It's
no,
just
a Belfast
louder.
accent. No, it's just kind of well, I do a little. It's like welcome to Belfast.
Oh,
Like
okay.
that. That's kind of what they sound like up there. Um, I have to say, when I was up there, they were very friendly. Everyone who I met in Belfast, because you know there was tensions between the north and south of Ireland in the Irish history. Like that's you know there was lots of problems a few years ago, like in the 70s and stuff, and
Right.
we never really got on with each other. So it's just nice that everyone was very nice to us when we came up because usually they don't like us being there. So
Oh,
it was nice to not be like called anything, you know.
yeah.
Someone wanted to see Scotland Road, so here we are. We have arrived. Oh, that is very dark in here.
Yeah, that is not baked, I
Hmm.
don't think.
I mean, they do have the lights off, but
Yeah.
that is very dark. So I was on. So in Belfast, Nomadic is there, and she is being. Oh god. Okay. Well,
Oh,
Belfast has Nomadic, and she is being completely restored. So do you know Nomadic is the tender
yeah, yeah.
ship? Yeah. So and you can go on it, and that is probably the best um source for Titanic stuff that's like physical, that isn't like a picture that you can
Yeah,
go and
definitely.
see. Because like if you go in there, it's all the same. Like seeing these pipes on the roof, seeing these kind of stairs, these railings. It's all of this is on Nomadic. All of this kind of stuff here. It's
Yeah.
incredible. All these the portholes, they're the exact same. Everything. All this, like this is exactly the same. It's incredible because it's the closest thing I feel like we'll ever get to because it's all original. It's all the real stuff from like back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is the Scotland Road.
I
Wow.
always thought it was bigger, like longer.
Well, we can make it
Like,
look longer. There we
yeah.
go. um, yeah, like I used to always think when I was younger that it would run from the bow to the stern. It
Yeah,
doesn't
I
run
believe.
fully. Like I mean, we're at the. This is the stern here. We're coming into the. Are we, or is this the bow? I can't tell. What cargo hatch is this?
This is the back one.
Yeah, this. Yeah, so this is near the stern. So it nearly like I mean, you can see the ship starting to curve in here. So
Yeah.
I suppose it kind of it runs to the stern, but how far does it run to the bow? Because there's the mail room and everything at the front.
Speed running, honor
Yeah.
and glory.
There used to be a jump feature, I think, in Demo 3. They didn't add it in this,
Yeah.
unfortunately. You used to be able to jump up on things and get into places you weren't supposed to. Yeah, in Demo 3, they actually had this bulkhead closed, so we couldn't go past here. But it runs as far as here, and then this is, I think, like firemen's accommodation and stuff. And this would have been like maybe where the firemen ate and stuff, or like
Yeah.
some of the crew, some crew. I'm not sure. Ah, we haven't been in here yet. We should go in here.
Paul Walker is back,
Ah,
seems.
good to see you, Paul. Welcome. We are in the engine room.
It's not a straight line. It's in 3 sections. Yeah, so is this like the area we just were in? Like like you call the fireman's section?
Oh, sorry.
Is
What was
that?
that?
He's saying it's not a straight line, it's in 3 sections. So
The
is this area still
this
the
area.
yeah, like the area just we're outside of the
Oh,
door. This area. Is this still Scotland's Road?
I I wouldn't call it Scotland Road because I feel like Scotland Road is just this bit.
Yeah, that's what I was
Like I
imagining.
feel like once you go into here, I feel like you're in a different section of the ship because I feel like you wouldn't be a yeah. I don't know. I don't. I personally wouldn't call past this door Scotland Road. Like I
Yeah,
would call this more. I well. Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know. I. It's hard to tell because
yeah, I guess
like there's
that's
several.
very
It's not 3 sections. It's several sections. It's like five. Because what you've got one here, two. Then this is the
yeah.
third one, and then you can see there's a fourth one down there as well.
This area is still Scotland Road. It's just separated into 3 sections by watertight doors.
Okay.
What defines Scotland Road then?
Well,
Like,
Scotland Road, it was kind of the area where crew were only allowed, and the reason it was called Scotland Road was because a lot of the crew who worked, who were hired, were from a place in Liverpool called Scotland Road. It was called Scotland Road in Liverpool. It's a street.
huh.
Um,
Yeah, so it's all Scotland Road apparently.
okay, I didn't know that. I would have only considered it to here. But
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's like the image of
yeah,
Scotland Road, like the headline.
there were a few things I saw there. Something about Virtual Sailor. Where did that go? There was a comment about Virtual Sailor. Someone had a question. Are Alex's add-ons working well in Virtual Sailor NG? Um, yeah. So here's the thing. I bought Virtual Sailor NG about a week ago to try it, and I wanted to start making videos in it because Vehicle Simulator is getting outdated. But Virtual Sailor NG, the performance is really bad. Like I was getting 250 FPS with Alex's models in Vehicle Simulator, and now I'm only getting 20 or 30 FPS in Virtual Sailor NG. So there's a massive performance problem, and the developer still hasn't fixed it yet, which is really annoying. But all of Alex's models should work. They are compatible. He has always said that they are compatible. I asked him a few weeks ago, are his models compatible? And he said yes. Just make sure you download the right version of it for Virtual Sailor, and it should work perfectly fine.
Have Have we ever been to Scotland Road in the wreck?
Oh, I don't know. Is it accessible? I don't know
I
if it's actually accessible or not.
I do have like a faint image of them seeing Scotland Road, but it's flooded with like debris and stuff. So like basically here they can't get past.
They probably came in through the cargo hatch, did they? One of the. Um, I wonder. Have you ever played Died to the Titanic, the game?
The VR game.
Yeah, there's also a non-VR version of it as well, or not Died.
Uh,
Yeah, it is Died to the or Titanic VR is what it's called.
Take a look at the image I just sent now. That is Scotland Road in the wreck.
Oh God, let me share this with. Um, where is where is that? Like in
That is
Scotland Road, where is
like
that?
to the right there. You can see the staircase going down, I believe.
So is that like we're thinking that's here maybe?
Yeah, I definitely believe so.
Let me see if I can.
It just line up with the pipes.
Let me open that bigger so I can share. Oh, it's zoom out a bit.
I definitely think.
Yeah, you know, I would agree because you've got these two big pipes here, or these two pipes. I feel like that's them, these two,
Yeah.
and then whatever that is, that could be that, whatever that is, maybe, or no, is these two things here these two pipes,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
these two pipes are these ones,
Yeah.
and then that is yeah, okay, wow, yeah, I don't think they've never gone past that, have they?
No, I do because I do remember that image that they said they didn't dare to go in there.
Yeah, so like that image, like that's about like that's where it would sit, kind of just where I have the railing lined up. But okay, wow,
That's absolutely terrifying.
yeah, that looks like that looks like a face.
God,
Oh
stop
my
saying that.
god. Um,
Horror movie.
hopefully, maybe as technology advances, they might be able to make a smaller submersible that could go in there, like something like a remote control small camera.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be cool to send something in there.
Also, what is interesting, the more we wait, the more of the wreck is going to like
Yes, that's unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Did you
collapse.
the die
But
the
all,
sorry?
oh, like more of the wreck is going to collapse, uh, which is a shame. But it's also going to like open up new areas. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's going to open up new areas, but I feel like it's going to collapse areas that we've never got to see.
Yeah, and that's such a shame. Like, I
Yeah,
really want to see the pool.
yeah.
God damn,
The
I want to
pool.
see the pool.
You modeled the pool for your
I
yeah.
did model the pool how it could look like in the wreck.
Yes,
Because
I've
that That room has always been so fascinating to me. But
Um,
I just imagine seeing it.
I think Titanic VR modeled it as well. If you haven't played that, I recommend you give it a go. You don't need a VR to play it.
I have played the VR version actually.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's made by an Irish game studio.
Really?
Yeah, and they made a sinking bit as well that lasts 15 minutes, where you just
Yeah,
stand.
I've seen gameplay of it.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
think
good.
it's actually Jacksepticeye that I saw.
He did play it. Yeah. So you like Jacksepticeye, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I watched him a lot more when I was younger.
Yeah, me too. I met him as well when I was younger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he was like when he still had the green hair and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that period.
I don't watch him that much anymore, but I used to watch him all the time when I was a few years ago.
Yeah, I watched some of his content, but
It's changed. It's not the same.
and he's loud.
He used to be even louder back in the day, though. He
Yeah,
was so loud.
I just want him to smash in one of the portals of the pool and look inside. Yes,
Yeah.
like uns. But
Open the
yeah,
door, lads.
yeah. So there is a reason why I made it for my project, and because my project is going to be fictional in that way.
Okay,
Like, so
let's go to the swimming pool. Actually,
yeah, yeah. So like my game takes place in two different eras. It's
yes.
like 1912 when the ship actually sank, and a fictional expedition to the wreck. And those stories are gonna intertwine in a way, kinda like the movie, but not really.
So
Um,
so like it's present day during an expedition, and then it's also back to 1912 as well.
yeah, the
Oh,
wreck is not
gotcha.
going to be present day. I think the wreck is going to be around the 90s. I'm
Okay,
imagining.
that would be better. Yeah, because like what maybe around a few years after they found it, maybe.
Yeah,
Is what, yeah,
around that time.
because that's where most of the footage comes from the wreck as well.
Yeah,
Because
and
the only stuff that's recent that's available to the public is stuff from like 2020, and there's not much of it, and then there's stuff from 2012, and there's not much of that either. The rest is all
yeah.
private.
So Paul Walker has a good point, which is exactly why I want to see the wreck. No, like the pool in the wreck. It is probably very well preserved, no current, completely saturated water. It will probably be in a better state than the Turkish baths. And I do believe that as well, because it's
Yeah,
completely isolated.
yeah. So you see, that's that the currents are not helping the ships uh, last longer. Like it's not helping with the preservation.
Uh,
So if a room's located in an area where it's like isolated from that, it would help with its how long it's going to last for us. Like what I'm terrified of is the well, what some of the dive people think is what's going to happen pretty soon is they believe the top deck of the bow is going to cave in and
that
drop,
would,
and that would ruin the view because the view of the bow is.
yeah, that's
Um,
like the staple of Titanic.
and
That's
if
what
they say
everybody thinks about.
if that deck falls in, none of the bow area like of that area would be explorable then because it would all just crush on top of each other.
Yeah,
And they also
like
the the grand staircase, like where did that go? It flew out of the wreck as it went down. Nobody knows
yeah.
where it went. Like it completely went away from the
So an image I had in my head. I don't remember the specific documentary, but I was watching a documentary about, was it the Atlantic? Like the Atlantic had a horrible sinking.
sinking record, like for lots of ships and stuff. Oh, you mean the SS Atlantic?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that was White Star Line's worst disaster before the Titanic. That was bad.
Yeah, but I don't remember if it's specifically that one, but like it had one of those. from the 1890s, like the spinner of the side of the ships. I have no idea what it's called. Like the spinner that,
Spinner.
like a water mill kind of thing.
Oh, a paddle steamer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, well, no, the SS Atlantic would have had propellers, so it's not the SS Atlantic, but
Okay, so it's probably another one. But
but
either way, there was a paddle ship that sank,
okay.
and once it hit the ocean floor, the paddle detached from the ship, and it flew up with like incredible speed.
Oh,
And
I've heard of this. This might be the SS Pacific.
it is possible.
Tom Linsky did a video on it recently. This one maybe.
Yeah, and when it hit the ocean floor, the paddle detached it,
And flew
and
back up because it had buoyancy. It could float.
yeah, and it killed like 17 people.
Yeah, I think that was this. I think that was this.
Yeah,
I've actually, because Tom Linsky did a video on it. Here it is, and I think it was this ship, or if it wasn't this ship, then it was a ship from this company. He's done a few documentaries on ships from this.
that is very likely it is this one. But I just imagine that with
Oh, that would have been horrifying.
the grand staircase, because the grand staircase flew up. We don't know when. Uh, it's probably not when the ship was sinking. It was probably after it hit the ocean floor. But
Yeah.
it definitely flew up. But
Okay.
I just have this horrible image in my head of the, like, right after the ship sank, and
Yeah.
there's like 1,500 people in the water, and just a grand staircase just kind of
Okay.
smashes
So
through that.
there's two ships that were part of this company called the Collins Line. That were both paddle steamers. One of them was the Pacific, which is this one here. That one disappeared though. Nobody knows how that one sank, and everyone was lost on that ship. So like we wouldn't know if that was the paddle or not, because there's no survivor accounts or anything, because everyone disappeared on that ship. But its sister ship, the Arctic, maybe that's it. This ship might be the one that had the paddle fly back up, because it's definitely one of the ships from this company. Because I remember hearing about it.
Yeah.
And they only had like 3 ships that sank, and this is one of them. Like, so it must have been this one.
But I
But
just imagine how freaking terrifying that must have looked.
because that,
Like
yeah,
just,
that's lethal. Like that would have.
jeez.
God. Um. But yeah, where is the pool? Down this? Oh no, I went the wrong way. It's in here, isn't it? Turkish baths. Here's the swimming bath. So here is this beautiful space, and I actually I mentioned earlier when I was staying in the Titanic hotel, the bar is made out of these tiles, these exact tiles. They were taken from Olympic, so they're identical to this. I've seen them in the hotel there, and they're in absolutely amazing condition as well. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at this. The Britannic swimming pool is way nicer than this, though. This is very plain.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, did the Britannic have a pool?
Yes, and
Even after the...
it was in the same location. It was in the same position, but it was even bigger and way more luxurious. Let me see if
so impossible to reach in the rectum.
sadly, well, I mean, Britannic is just awkward because of this. Like it's it's sideways, but Scotland Road is very oh, Rosie Diaz, thank you for the subscription. People have been through Scotland Road and the boiler rooms through because it's really easy to get through Britannic, though. That's the thing. Britannic's wreck is, this is Britannic's swimming pool. What it would have looked like if it was a passenger liner.
Oh wow, that is beautiful.
This is what it did look like, because it was sent to the war, so it never got finished.
Oh.
but the designs show us that this is what it would have looked like when it was done. This is what it should have been. It was never filled either because of the war, and it was actually being used as a cargo hold. They have a bunch of boxes and stuff, like in the because it wasn't filled with water. But this is what it would have looked like if it had been used. And that's a sketch I think from Harland and Wolff. You can
What's that image in the middle?
this one.
Like,
Or
two
this.
down. Left.
This.
This one. What's that?
That's Britannic, I think.
What kind of submarine is that, or is that just?
It's a I have no idea what it is actually, but that's one of Britannic's propellers there, and that's the rudder. And this is from Titanic Belfast's website, so I would trust it. It's a valuable source.
Oh.
This is the museum that I went to in Belfast. This is their website as well.
That looks absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, but the great thing about Britannic's wreck is because it's in so shallow waters, it's so bright down there. You don't need lights, and it's actually very easy to. Now, apparently, it's really easy to navigate. You don't need a submarine to go down to Britannic. You can dive yourself.
Yeah.
It's not that deep. If you're trained in scuba diving and you have permission from the owner to go down, you're allowed to do it.
Yeah.
And that would be a dream of mine to be able to go down with a few people myself.
Oh my god.
And see it.
My thalassophobia is way too big for me to ever achieve that.
What is it, claustrophobia?
What is it called? Thalassophobia?
Is that fear of...
Okay, so there's a bunch of different things. If I were given the chance to dive to Titanic, let's say Titanic,
yeah,
I have 3 different problems. First of all, I'm claustrophobic,
yeah.
so staying in the small sub would be an issue. Second of all, I do believe it is thalassophobia, which is the fear of open water.
Okay.
Or like deep water, something like that.
Yeah.
And second is mecha thalassophobia, which is the fear of seeing man-made objects underwater.
I've never heard of that one before. Wow.
No, I didn't either, but somebody commented when I was my previous animation, and they said it triggered their mecha.
Oh, I actually saw that as well. Actually, now that you mention it, yeah. Is it just like wrecks, I wonder, or if you saw like a submarine that was moving, is that scary as well?
Yeah. Because like I'm so fascinated with shipwrecks. Like I love shipwrecks.
Yeah.
But they scared the living hell out of me.
I mean, they're completely different to what they were before they were wrecks. They're completely different to navigate. They're not the same. I feel like they've changed. They change.
It's so unnatural to see something like that underwater.
Yeah. Did you see though how well preserved Britannic is compared to Titanic?
Yeah, but
apart from the massive break in her bow, her hull.
I think we talked about this on the other stream with Derek, because there's so little footage of Britannic.
Yeah, and I don't know why there is so little footage, because it's so easy to go to it. It's not hard.
I think it's a lot to do with the owner, and also safety regulations, because like Paul Walker is saying, there's 96 meters is very deep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of safety regulations, stuff you're not allowed to do, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I see Paul Walker's thing about 96 meters. If you were able to get the qualification, I think it's level 8, that lets you go to 120 meters. As long as you had that wouldn't be a problem. But I do know that the owner is apparently a pretty nice guy. He's not the problem. It's the Greek government that's the problem, or the Greek Navy.
Oh.
They just don't like people, even though they don't own it and they have nothing to do with it. They don't like people doing it. I don't know why. The guy who owns the wreck, I think he bought it for like €100,000,
Yeah,
which is
I saw.
extremely cheap, like for
Yeah,
that.
it kind of is.
Like I know it's a wreck and there's not much he can do with it, but
Recreational
just
diving is not allowed.
it is allowed, Paul, if you can get permission from him. You just can't go there without his permission, or you also have to get something from the government or the navy in Greece. I forget what it is, but people can do it. It's been done numerous times, but you just need to have the right qualifications. You need to have the permission, and you can't do it alone. Obviously, like you can't just go down there by yourself. You would need a group of people.
Hmm. It was also so terrifying to think about in in Britannic's sinking, is that she actually hit the bottom before she was fully submerged.
Yeah, that's the same with the Lusitania as well.
Oh, that happened to Lusitania
Yeah,
as
and
well.
it was even worse because Lusitania was at an angle that meant even more of her was out of the water before she hit the.
Oh,
Because like I think 2/3 of Britannic were underwater when she hit the.
yeah,
When she hit the
probably.
surface, 2/3, like I think half or even half of it maybe was underwater, but when Lusitania um hit the seabed, I think the water was only up to behind her first funnel. So
Really?
there was a lot of it still out of the water.
Dang.
And I mean the Lusitania went down in 17 minutes, which is ridiculous as well.
Isn't there a movie about Lusitania as well?
There is, and it's pretty good. I mean, there's only it's we can't really say if it's accurate or not because the survivor accounts of Lusitania are really bad because it just all happened so quickly. There's no like really definite answers for certain things, but it's pretty good. It's kind of hard to find it because it's on YouTube and stuff, but it's in really low quality.
Yeah.
But I've seen it several times and I like it. It's all right. I don't really. It's probably a bit inaccurate, but I enjoy it still. Like it's because it's the only Lusitania movie.
Yeah, at least the CGI was better than Britannic.
Yeah, and I mean the Britannic movie is actually an okay movie. I feel like story wise and all that. It's all right. Obviously now it's very inaccurate now, but yeah, I don't know why the CGI is so bad in it
I mean,
because this.
I feel like they really wanted to make a new Titanic, but it's so low budget and it's so ambitious
But
that they
that's the
kind of.
thing. The sets were really good.
I remember seeing a YouTube video with some dude just bashing the movie completely.
Who do you know who it was?
Oh, I can't remember. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's the ship enthusiast. Yeah, the
He's done two videos on
and
it.
he absolutely hates that movie.
I've never heard of this channel before, have I? No. I'll have to give that a watch and see why he hates it so much. But there's no other movie. That's the problem, There's no other Britannic movie.
Yeah.
You can actually watch the full movie now on YouTube, like legally. Like they gave permission for it to be on YouTube in its full HD.
Yeah,
Um,
so I've only seen it like once, and that was 15 years ago or something.
yeah, I mean it
Uh,
came out in
2000.
2000, yeah. So it see some of the bits that like really annoy me. Obviously, the way it sinks, it doesn't hit a mine. Like it's a guy who blows it up on board.
It is.
It's a German spy who's on the ship. He like doesn't. And then like have you not seen it? No.
Yeah, but it's been so long ago.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
like
remember.
what happens is originally it's going to be torpedoed, and the U-boat shoots torpedoes, but the Britannic misses them, and then there's a navy escort with the Britannic, and they destroy the U-boat. And then a few days later, there's a guy on board who's pretending to be the ship's chaplain, like the priest, but he's actually like a German officer. And he just
That's
makes a bomb and detonates it in the boiler room.
that's so weird storytelling.
And then the ship sinks at sunrise. Like it's the sky is all orange. The sun has just come up. Whereas
Yeah,
we know in the film or in real
this
life,
it's
Britannic
happening
sank. It's
midday, right?
yeah, like this, basically like this,
Yeah.
because it's like 9 o'clock in the morning, and so it would be this bright.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a rewatch. A
Yeah, and
rewatch
I mean
eventually.
it's okay of a film. Like it's
Yeah, I can see Slycones is not a fan of it.
what I really like is the opening. The opening's really good because it's all real life footage of Britannic's launch when they show like all the credits, for the actors and stuff.
Um,
It's Britannic's launch that they're showing, like in the background, which is
oh,
nice. I like that. And then they're showing like shots of World War I, like, and like you can see the ship launches as a passenger liner, but then as soon as they start putting on the funnels and stuff, you can see the ship starts getting painted white. Like it
yeah,
has its black hull and its golden funnels, but then it gets painted white. Even though the footage is black and white, you can tell that the ship use was nearly going to be a passenger liner, but it never got to.
yeah.
Very unfortunate. I'm trying to think, is there anywhere else anyone would like to see interior wise on the room or in the ship? Is there any rooms or locations that people want to see? I suppose as well. Then we'll talk a bit about Echoes from the Deep, and
Yeah.
just kind of what was your like? Have you set yourself a deadline for when you would like it to be released, or are you just gonna kind of try and see how it goes and wait until you've kind
Bef-
of
before I'm retired.
um
So no, it's so hard. It's
yeah, like I mean,
impossible for me to set like a
yeah,
certain date for this because it's a super ambitious project, and
yeah.
I'm one dude, and the project's kind of changing every other day as well.
Hmm.
So I need to like kind of compress it into something that is manageable.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and have you considered maybe putting a team together, or do you just want it to be a solo project?
If I would have got the funding for it, I
Yeah,
definitely would need some help, and I would like to. It's
because
like I am a game designer, and one of uh, my dreams is to make my own gaming company. So obviously, the dream would be to put together a team for this.
yes, yeah, like it'd be great if you could get a maybe like a Patreon or something where
Yeah,
people could like contribute, and then you could use some of them funds to obviously maybe if you were able to hire some people if it got to that point to help you develop and stuff or build a
yeah,
team.
for sure. Uh, I'm just gonna say bye and good night to Paul Walker. He's
Oh,
stepping off.
thank you so much, Paul, for joining us this evening. It was really good having you in the chat. I hope you enjoyed it.
Have a good night, man. But yeah, we talked a bit about it in my stream today as well,
Yeah,
and I like the pros and cons of putting up a fundraiser campaign, I guess.
yeah,
So, like the pros are obviously I can make a living while making the game, so
yes,
I have more time for it, I have more funding for it, but also it's gonna put the pressure up a whole bunch because then people are actually paying for a product, and that changes the whole project from being a hobby project to a like a more serious project that people has put money into.
Yeah, and that's the risky thing because that's kind of what happened to Honor and Glory.
Yeah,
They had
exactly.
so many people pay for a game that was supposed to come out nearly 10 years ago and it still hasn't.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they don't do, or they still do Patreon, but the things you get for being on Patreon are very different to what they used to be. Like
Yeah.
I remember looking at their Patreon 5 or 6 years ago, and it was like if you paid €110 a month, they would send you a replica Marconi machine,
Really.
and I don't. No one ever got that. Like nobody ever got it.
Well,
Um,
I never really followed Honor and Glory for that long because I found out about Honor and Glory when I was researching for my own project, which is like 2 years ago.
that's
So,
amazing that you've only heard them from 2 years ago because they dominate this space.
well, I definitely saw some images, but I never
You
like
knew you
images
never
and,
knew it was
and
from them.
no, I never like put it together as a fully functional
Yeah,
product, if that makes sense.
yeah, I get you. Because
Um,
their stuff is used in everything. Like nearly every documentary you watch now, it's going to have their footage in it,
yeah,
which is kind of like a bit annoying because that means every documentary just looks the same.
yeah.
And like I think every documentary should kind of have its own twist on things, but I don't know. It's like I some of my animated footage is in a documentary that came out 2 years ago, and it's also got Honor and Glory stuff in it as well. So they a lot of my shots were used like exterior shots, and then for the sinking they got Honor and Glory's stuff.
Yeah. So for this documentary that I'm working with
Yeah.
these guys on, I kind of decided very early that I'm not going to use anything from Honor and Glory because everybody is doing it. But at the
Yes.
same time, there's little footage of similar things, like the syncing and stuff. There's one other animator who's made like a really cool syncing animation.
Of Britannic.
No, of Titanic.
Oh, I think I know. Is it Philip?
Maybe?
Is it this guy?
No, no, it's not this one.
No.
It's not like a real time.
Oh, okay. Well, he's done
Uh,
other stuff as well. Like he hasn't done just a real time. He's done. Is it this channel?
no, no, because I do know that channel,
Okay.
but it's definitely not this one.
I wonder who is it then. I wonder because
Um, he has like a really weird name.
Titanic sinking animation. It's like the only. Oh, is it this guy?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This guy's incredible. Um. Oh, this isn't his. This isn't his main channel. Wait, where's his proper channel?
It is Brugger, at least Brugger Films or whatever.
Yeah, but where's his other stuff? There's only a few videos on this channel. Oh, no. Where's
So
his?
he has good animations,
Yeah, no.
but
This is incredible. I've seen this.
the reason I'm not a huge fan is in the way he markets it. Because I've seen some his Facebook posts and stuff, and it seems like it's written by an AI, and
Really?
it's like super clickbaity.
Well, I can see. I can
The
see. I can see from this thing here. Look.
Yeah, and it's really like using where are their bodies and so many people died and it's like weirdly marketed.
Yeah, I can see that. Um, but I'm confused because this isn't his animation channel because he has what's his channel because he has like so many more videos on it.
Maybe it's been removed or something.
Because I remember he had a part 1 of the Titanic animation, which he made like 5 or 10 years ago. And it was from Southampton all the way up to the iceberg collision. And we were waiting for part 2 for years, and it only came out a while ago.
I'm not too sure, actually.
Can't find it. But
I just always thought that, like, no flame towards him, but it's always been kind of weird because he seems AI generated every time he's writing something.
I've never seen his posts. I've only watched the videos. I've never seen his. Yeah, I can't find them. Wow, I'll have to look for them later because they're actually it's a really good animation. Like even if he's sounds like a AI, his animation is pretty good. But yeah, that's actually here's the thing I was doing with my new model, the deck chairs. I don't know if I should put them out or not.
Yeah,
because they fill up space, which is kind of good. They fill up the space, but they're not fun to place, and especially if you're doing a syncing animation, they are not fun to move.
No,
because I've been trying to in my animations, if I have stuff that's like not bolted to the floor, I've been trying to animate it so it like slides and stuff, and it's not fun to do. Like to make stuff like I think I had in one of my Britannic animations, I think there's an animation of like stuff falling off the stern in just before it goes under because of the angle.
Yeah,
and I hated doing that because it looked really bad.
that's the good thing about using game engines, because it's so easy to adjust and it's all in real time. You don't need to render anything.
Yeah, I need
I
to.
guess you don't have to render when just testing out the physics though.
Yeah, I need to move back to kind of get back into Unreal Engine and stuff. I think because the thing I'm using currently can limit me in some things.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be nice to move back to that. Oh, someone's brought up the VBreak. No, we don't we don't do that here.
Uh-oh.
There's no VBreak not possible.
VBreak no go.
Have you ever heard of the actually you know that Titanic animations channel I was showing you earlier?
Yeah.
He made a video a few years ago about the Aaron 1912 YouTuber.
Yeah,
Who
where he was just kind of Titanic drama.
but Aaron 1912 was like trying to convince the world that the V-break happened.
Yeah,
And
I
it was working as well. Like it was actually working. Like obviously the historians and stuff didn't believe him, but like people on YouTube believed him.
Yeah.
Which is the problem.
And it's all just because of one drawing.
Yeah, that was drawn on April 16th, 1912.
Yeah.
Because one person thought he saw. Thought. He doesn't know, he thinks. He never said, oh yeah, I 100% think this happened. He says he thinks. But it was pitch black.
Yeah, the reason why so many people didn't think it broke in the beginning was because it's pitch freaking black. People are panicking.
They're probably not looking at the ship. They're probably trying to get away from it. They're not looking at it.
Yeah, and I imagine the one at the top of the stern, at the end, kind of felt that something happened, but their minds are not able to piece that together when they're in such a panic mode.
Yeah. But because now people are saying that she kind of broke in 3 pieces. Yeah, so like you had the bow and the stern, but then you had the bit. There's a little bit that just came off before the stern goes down.
And I think there's probably like a mix, because I think that piece probably didn't break off, but that is the area that was completely destroyed.
Yeah, so like I've seen it in the real time syncing. They show it now that that happens, that it breaks off. It's about it's just about here, I think.
Yeah.
Like, and that's where Isidore and Ida Strauss's cabins would have been down here on the lower
Yeah.
decks, and they found them, and they're very far away from the bow and stern sections. Like, meaning that they, that it traveled a far distance away by itself. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I just every time I see the ship now break into three pieces, it just looks weird. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I don't know how I feel about it, but I mean, I don't know. It's just,
Yeah, I think there's definitely a mix because I really think that area in between just got completely demolished and probably disintegrated on the surface.
yeah,
And that's most of the debris we're seeing down there. Like the big piece and stuff is probably from there.
yeah, definitely. It's just it's so hard to tell that we'll never really know exactly how it. And then there's the other thing of the lights. People think the lights stayed on. People thinks the lights stayed off. People think there was emergency lights that stayed on.
Yeah.
Up until recently, everyone thought the lights stayed on until the breakup, but now people are saying the lights got very red before the breakup happened. Like they got very dim and went really like orangey colored and
Yeah.
red, and that looks terrifying. If you've ever seen any of the like Honor and Glory pictures of that, it looks terrifying. Seeing like all the portholes, all the windows red instead of yellow.
Brody has a question.
Does he? What's the
Have you
uh,
ever been to Volo Auto Museum?
Follow Auto Museum? No, I have not. Where is that? Is that here in Ireland or is it somewhere else? I have not been to Volo Auto Museum.
I'll just be right back.
Yeah,
One
sure.
minute.
That's just an image texture. They could have maybe added a bit. Like it's just as. It's not really attached onto the flag. Oh, it's all right. It's in Illinois. No, I haven't. I haven't been to America, so no. I haven't been to the Auto Museum, unfortunately. Is it good? I made a shot like this similar in the Britannic game, but the flag that the Britannic has is slightly different. It has like an anchor on it, like a golden anchor just in the blue space. Yeah, I just don't know how I feel about these brass fixtures for the bench. I don't like them. Yeah, Destruction Bay Gaming. What's your question? Let's see. While we're waiting for that question, we haven't really gone in here.
Are the stairs there red?
Sorry, which stairs?
The ones who that leads up to the boat deck there.
Um.
Oh, sorry, it's not the boat deck, anyways.
Oh, well, they're very just woody brown. Very. They look kind of red, actually, though.
Okay, I just noticed this.
Yeah, no, yeah, it looks. It
Yes.
does. It looks a bit weird now. I say, because in my model, I have them more kind of like a dark wood color, like a very dark brown, is what I would have had them as.
Yeah.
My question is, have you heard of the SS United States? Of course, I have. Yes, still is the fastest ship in the world to this day. What its top speed was like 52 knots or something. It's incredible. I really hope they can do something with it. It should be preserved. It should be. They should either turn it into a hotel like the Queen Mary or try and get it back into service because
Oh, it's that one.
The liner that's in America that's like docked.
Yeah, it looks horrible.
It looked, it's not. Well, it was. Do you mean now because it's damn like all rusty, or you just don't like the design?
Oh no, now because
Oh yeah.
it's all.
Oh, it was it was a beautiful ship when it was in service. Like
Yeah,
it's fastest ship still in the world, even though it doesn't have its engines or anything anymore. It's still recorded the fastest speed ever.
that's crazy.
Um, my grandparents would have sailed on it when it was in service years
Oh,
ago, years and years ago. They also would have sailed on the SS America, which would have been the sister ship to it, which was way smaller than the United States.
uh,
Yeah, it was. It's an amazing ship. I hope they can do something with it. Um, but there's just really no money there. It's so expensive to preserve a ship like that. Like the Queen Mary nearly got scrapped. That's the sad thing. Like I'm surprised the Queen Mary has been saved. Like that nearly got scrapped a few like 2 years ago. It was in really bad condition. It was starting to sink. Like there was water coming in, like in the engine room and stuff. There was leaks everywhere.
jeez.
So like the fact that they were able to save it is, I think it cost $10 million to fix it or something.
God dang.
And but yeah, the SS United States is in pretty bad condition as well. I think they're paying $700,000 a year just to um not let it flood. Like so
Huh.
every year they pay $700,000 just to like make sure that it stays watertight under the waterline.
Yeah, that has to be a problem for sure.
Yeah, so there's a 3D modeler who made a Queen Mary model. His name was Michael Richmond. And they know the owner of the ship, Susan Gibbs, who was actually the granddaughter of the builder, like the designer of the United States. She set up a company to try and restore it and preserve it. So they own the wreck, or not the wreck. They own the ship. It's not a wreck. It still floats. Um, but they own the ship, and they're trying to either turn it into a hotel or, do something with it. In 2016, they signed a deal with Crystal Cruises, and Crystal Cruises was going to turn it into a cruise ship. And then COVID happened and all that, and then nobody had money anymore to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so it nearly became a cruise ship, which would have been really weird, like to turn an ocean liner into a cruise ship. But they were going to add like 2 extra decks onto it, and like put modern lifeboats on it, and it just looked really weird. It didn't look right.
I can imagine.
Was Britannic bigger than Aquitania? No, Aquitania would have been bigger, I think, because Aquitania was like Cunard's answer to the Olympic class. That was like she was designed to destroy, like to beat them. So and I mean, look at Aquitania. Her career was incredible. She served in both world wars, and up until like the 50s, and she was built in 1914. Like that ship was around for nearly 40 years. It's incredible.
Yeah, she was a service from 1914 to 1950.
Yeah, and she was a troop ship in World War One, a troop ship in World War Two, an ocean liner, and a cruise liner, not a cruise ship, a cruise liner. That's what they did to her
What's the
before.
difference?
So a cruise liner would kind of go, it would go to like exotic locations instead of doing the transatlantic across the Atlantic. It would go to like, Australia and Italy and
So like the trip itself is a vacation kind
Yes,
of
and
thing.
actually that's what Cunard's motto was. It was like getting there is half the fun was their
Mm,
motto for it.
gotcha.
So and they paint so they painted the ship white like a cruise ship. They did the same to the Mauritania as well before they retired her.
Yeah.
And I mean, she got a good few years out of that. And then one day when she was docked in New York, her grand piano fell through the deck onto the floor below.
What?
And then because of how old the ship was, like the floors were falling apart. So then they were like, okay, it's time to get rid of this ship. Like the piano just fell through the floor. Um, so yeah, that's why. Um, Imperator and Majestic in 1914 are still the best ships ever. They were way ahead of their time in terms of size and luxury. Yeah, I mean, when Titanic was launched, she was the biggest ship in the world, and um, if she had lasted, like if she hadn't sank and was still in service, she would have only been the biggest ship in the world for like a year. Because
Yeah.
when these three ships came out from Germany, they were way bigger, faster, efficient. Like they were incredible. The Vaterland, the Imperator, and the Majestic, or well, it wasn't called the Majestic then; it was called the Bismarck. Um, they were incredible, and to see them ships then get split up after the war when Germany lost the war. One of them was given to the White Star Line because they lost Britannic, so they got the Bismarck, which was turned into Majestic. And
Yeah, I
then
remember reading about that.
yeah, and then Cunard got one because they lost the Lusitania, so they got one, and they called theirs the Bornagaria or something like that. And then the United States lines lost a ship, so they got one, and they called theirs the Leviathan. So all three of the ships were split up, um, and given to different companies. But there's actually a picture of there's a picture that was taken of them in New York all together, even though they're all with their different companies and their different liveries, but they're all together. And it's just nice to see them kind of like renewed again, or like at a
Yeah.
reunion kind of thing. But yeah, those ships like they were like 10 years ahead of Titanic in technology and efficiency and all that. Like just because the Germans were so innovative when it came to ship design in that time
Yeah.
period.
What lessons did the Olympic learn from the sinking of Titanic? Well,
Um. Oh yeah, you answer it. Actually, go ahead and answer.
I'll answer what I know at least. So while Titanic sank, Britannic was still being built. So they did a lot of changes to Britannic. They made like a triple davit system, so one davit could hold three lifeboats, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And also, Olympic was was remade the way that Titanic was intended to be. So the boat deck that you see here would just be have lifeboats all the way down.
Yeah. So
Like
they got rid of this bit here and put lifeboats there.
yeah. And why they gave Britannic triple davits and not Olympic, I'm not sure.
I think the reason was because Olympic's decks wouldn't have been strong enough to hold the davits, the big cranes, the big kind of electric things.
Yeah, so since the Britannic was still under construction, they would have had
They added,
time to like
yeah,
change, yeah,
because I
stuff.
know I can't really show it in this because I'd need an external camera. But see in this screenshot there, they put reinforcements in the promenade to hold them big davits up, and those davits were, I mean, incredible. What they could, I mean,
Yeah,
they were very messy. They really took up a lot of space, and they looked ugly, but they were incredible because they could launch a lifeboat every 5 minutes,
yeah,
whereas it would take like 15 minutes to nearly launch one of these.
Yeah.
And I think as well, just it's a shame because Thomas Andrews designed these davits himself, and he designed them so that you could put one lifeboat on top of this one, like inside of it.
Huh.
But they like, so even though there was only going to be 20 lifeboats, the plan was to have 64 on all of them. And
Yeah.
it was going to be like they were just going to put a lifeboat inside of this one because that's what these davits were designed to actually do.
Hmm.
But they never did, and they do that on Olympic as well. When they add the extra lifeboats here, you can actually see then as well. There's also lifeboats inside these ones as well to add up even more.
Um,
It was weird then on Britannic because what they did in Britannic is, so they had the big davits, cranes, but then instead of having these lifeboats here and these ones down there at the end, they put them here in this place in the middle, which is just very random. Like, so they put the lifeboats here, but not down there and not down there because the deck space, like, you could not really walk on the boat deck of Britannic.
hmm.
There was nowhere to really walk, it was really like Britannic was really rushed because of the war.
Yeah.
So like if you ever play the Britannic game, you'll see it is so tight to walk on the boat deck. Like there's not even this much room. Like it's so narrow. So like I think that if Britannic had ever went into passenger service looking like that, I don't even think the boat deck would have been open to passengers because of how
Wow.
how tight it was. I don't think anyone would go on it, and that would be a big. That would be very bad for the ship because people like to go on the boat deck. So that would be a big hit for the company.
Yeah.
Is someone doing something in the chat that they've?
Spamming.
Oh,
So I removed some messages.
is it like are they saying bad stuff or?
No, it's Russian. I wrote
Oh,
something.
I'm just going to translate what they said here in front of them. Let's see if they were being bad or not. Okay, they are saying bad stuff. So yeah,
All
okay,
banned.
yeah. Can you do something about that? Just because you're putting it in a different language doesn't mean we can't see what you're saying, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, I put them in a timeout.
Thank you.
Thanks for making me mod, by the way.
Oh, no worries. No, it's just because when I'm live streaming, I can't do anything. I can't moderate the chat, so I need people to help me with it because if I'm playing a game, um, do you stream through Streamlabs as
Yeah.
well? Yeah, you can't log into your channel on Streamlabs,
Yeah, I know it's
but you
so
can
annoying.
like you can't see like you can't type messages in the chat either on Streamlabs. I have to type them in on YouTube if
Yeah,
I'm
same.
so it's really annoying. So like I'd have to keep clicking out of the game if I needed to
Yeah.
do stuff like that. But thanks for doing that because we don't want that here.
Oh, I gave them a couple of warnings.
Yeah.
Because first of all, he was spamming,
Okay.
and then speaking Russian. I didn't imagine you spoke Russian.
I do not know, but I know how to use Google Translate.
Yeah. So I have a couple of mods on my YouTube as well.
Yeah.
And the other day, someone was asking them what's the job like a moderator,
Hmm.
and they only answered, well, we remove sex bots from the YouTube chat.
Do you get them?
Yeah,
Really?
so many, so many.
I've never had one of them in my chat ever.
Oh, it's like 4 times. I didn't get it today actually,
I
but
sometimes get them on my comments in my videos, not on live streams though.
I've never gotten comments, I believe.
That's really wow. I've never had that.
Yeah,
I want,
so like Coons is one of my mods.
okay.
So he's definitely removed his fair share.
Yeah, like I usually what I do is I make people moderators on my channel if they've either donate it, or if I've worked with them on something, or if I know them really well, or if they're just someone that I can trust, then that's who I am. I used to have there's usually a few of them, but I think a lot of them used to watch me and don't watch me anymore. So
Yeah, because you've been on YouTube for quite a long time, haven't you?
yeah, it's been uh nearly eight years, I think.
Damn.
Um, but yeah, the fan base isn't as big as it was a few years ago.
Yeah.
2020 was probably the best year for the channel. We were getting nearly 120,000 views every day across the channel,
Wow.
which was lovely. I loved that. And then, like, the subs was going up really quickly and
Yeah, you
everything.
got like 100K. That's
Yeah,
good.
we hit 100K
And
last year in July. That was really nice. It was a dream of mine to do that, and I was really glad to be able to.
yeah,
I love this
absolutely.
painting. Love that
Yeah.
painting.
Oh, do we know what context this is?
It's called Journey to the New World, isn't it? Or is that the one that's on Olympic? I forget which one's which. Because they Olympic had one as well, but it was a different one. Is this the is this the name of the one? Oh, no, point. What am I saying?
Oh, I'm not too sure.
Um, let me see. I'm just typing it quickly. What was it called? It should have been called. Oh no, this one is not Journey to the New World. I think
I'm not to remember.
Approach to the New World.
Oh,
Yeah, Approach to the New World is the one that was on Olympic. I don't know what this one's called, but it's very
okay.
nice. There was one on Olympic. It's slightly different. It's not the same painting, but
So we got two interesting questions.
yeah.
The first is why were the funnels from that era painted orange and black?
Okay, so the orange, or the kind of the we don't really know the exact color, but we'll call it orange for this. That was
In
just
this game, it's
yeah,
orange.
that was just White Star Line's company color for their funnels. That they get to decide that. That's completely up to them. For Cunard, it was red with black stripes.
Okay.
For HPAG, it was peach or white kind of. And then the black, a lot of companies just decided to paint the top of their funnels black so that when the smoke was coming out, you wouldn't see the dust or the dirt get on the
Oh, that's
paint.
smart.
And
That's smart.
it's the same for the hulls. They painted the hulls black so that when they're loading the coal, you wouldn't see the coal get all on the
Oh,
because if the hulls were white, they'd be nearly black anyways from the coal.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, no, and that's why Britannic looks extremely dirty when you see her. She's all
Oh.
rust and black stains all over. That's from the coal.
Also, Olympic was white when they launched her
Yeah,
because she was supposed to look better in photos.
so that was a tradition that they used to do for ships, for like the big important ships when they launched, was they would paint them white because they look way better in photographs, and they do.
Yeah,
Olympics photographs look amazing.
that's kind of weird that, like to look back at now, that Titanic's launch was not really that special.
Yeah, and I mean the reason for that is because when they were launching the Titanic, everyone just said, "Oh, it's just the same as Olympic. We've seen this already."
Yeah,
Like, oh, it's not. It's this, and it was the same when Titanic arrived in Southampton. Everyone was kind of like, "Oh, but we've seen this already. It's just a copycat."
yeah,
And that's why no one really took pictures of the ship because they said, "Oh, it's just the same."
yeah, exactly.
Um, which I mean, it kind of was, but there were differences. Like people need to know there were a lot of differences.
Yeah, but I mean, like the general public is not
Yeah,
really.
they're just going to be like, oh, it
Yeah,
looks the same to me. Yeah, I completely agree. Was there another question there?
yeah. There's kind of double question.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Die Gustlov movie and the suspicious Nazi Titanic propaganda film?
Yeah, I've heard of both of them. The D Gustloff is about the Wilhelm Gustloff, which
My
was
God, that is such
that's
a horrific
scary. That
story.
is terrifying.
Like,
Every time I
I think it's so weird that we're not being educated more about
yeah,
that.
like I had learned about that by myself. I never and
Same.
every time I make a video on that, I feel very like uncomfortable because of how
Okay,
many people
so
died.
so for the people in chat that don't know, the Wilhelm Gustloff, if I remember correctly, it was like a passenger ship that were transporting German civilians
Yeah, refugees.
and yeah, refugees which were fleeing their country because of World War II,
Yep.
and they got well. Okay, so the ship had like capacity for max 2,500 passengers or
Yeah,
something,
something like that.
and
Yeah.
the ship was filled to the brim with, I think it was around 11,000 passengers.
Yeah, I think,
It
or
was
9,000. I think, or it was way more than
yeah,
like it was
like
dangerous.
everywhere was crowded, and they got torpedoed
Yeah,
by the Russians, I
yeah.
believe,
So
or
yeah, it was the
is it not?
Soviets. Yeah,
Yeah, and the ship sank very quickly.
yeah. It was about 50 minutes, I think, not
Yeah,
long, and it was in the
and
Baltic Sea, way colder than the Atlantic for the Titanic, even colder.
yeah, and since it was so freaking crowded, it was impossible for the passengers to get out, and it led to the deaths of 9,000.
Yeah, I think only two or three lifeboats were actually launched, and they weren't even launched by crew. They were launched by just the passengers who knew how to.
Okay,
Um,
I'm just going to remove.
or is he still? Is he speaking in
Yeah,
German now?
I hid them. I
Nice,
just basically banned them.
thank you.
But yeah,
But yes, so and see one of the biggest problems with it was as well the ship had all its lights turned off to try and avoid the U-boats, but
yeah,
they
that's
left their navigation lights on, which are the the big red and green
yeah,
flashing lights, and so when the torpedoes hit, they cut off all the power, so they couldn't even turn the lights on after they got hit. So it was pitch black as well, like there was
yeah,
no lights. So imagine being stuck at the very bottom of that ship in the pitch black with 9,000 other people.
yeah.
It's yeah, and
It's absolutely horrendous,
yeah,
that story.
it's not
And it's been dimmed down a lot, I think, because
yeah,
it's German civilians.
and yeah,
And
they tried to make it look like that they deserved it kind of because of what was
yeah,
happening, but like they were not, they were innocent people. They were women
they
and
were
children.
fleeing
They
the
were
war.
yeah, they were children and women. They weren't Nazi soldiers. They weren't Nazi officers. They weren't any of them. They were innocents, completely innocent people fleeing Germany because they didn't want anything to do with what was happening there.
Yeah,
And
and the ship, when it sank, it got turned on its side.
yeah,
So a lot of the passengers were sitting like on the side of the ship,
yeah,
and they could hear banging in the windows.
from the windows and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, people trying to get out, and
they
it's
also I'm trying to find a door to get inside. They also found or what was it oh apparently like the last thing the passengers heard like before the ship even sank was the last speech that Hitler made before he shot himself. That's the last thing they heard before the ship was like hit by the torpedo, and it was like they heard it in the evening time, and then it happened at night time.
oh, so the
Appar-
war ended. Or
I think so. I could be wrong. Or it might have been the final speech that he made, but the last thing they heard was one of his speeches, and they like because it was played on an intercom system throughout the ship, like a speaker. Because that was the kind of propaganda thing that they used to do.
Yeah.
But the other question was the Nazi Titanic film. I've also, yes, I've seen. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. So
I've
that
heard about it, but I don't know the story.
so that was Hitler's idea to make the British look bad, and he like Hitler had this. Oh God, I studied this when I was in school, but I forget his name. The guy who was behind all the propaganda was like Hitler's second in command, and he was the one responsible for like doing propaganda around Germany. And one of his ideas was to make a film about the Titanic and make it look like it's the crew's fault. Make the crew like not help the passengers. Make them, like it was awful. Like the way they depict it, like they to try and make it look like that Britain is an awful, you know, like company, like country, and all that.
Yeah.
I've never actually watched it, but oh yeah, I've heard it's crazy.
Yo, Jesus, I did not know this. Fun fact, Eric Braeden, who played J.J. Astor in Titanic, survived the Gustav disaster.
Really?
Yeah, I just searched it up. It's true.
Oh my god. He's
Like
a great like he did a great job in the Titanic film as playing as John Jacob Astor. I
he,
loved. They made him look so much like him in
yeah,
the. That's
in
crazy.
in 2017, Braden revealed that he was a survivor of the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking.
He only said that in 2017. Nobody knew before that.
Yeah,
Wow,
and
that's in,
9,400 people died.
yeah. It's
So yeah, someone also asked, was the Wilhelm Gustloff the worst ship sinking in history? And yes.
yeah. There's no question about it. Like it is, and like we can never let something like that happen again. I do want to try and do a real time syncing on it, but every time I think about doing it, I just get a weird feeling saying maybe don't. It's just such a weird not weird, but it's just very uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, that is kind of different though, because that is a war thing. Like
Yeah,
there were heinous thoughts behind it. Like Titanic was an accident.
no, it's with this though, because I feel like if I was doing this real time syncing, I'd probably have to put sound effects in it,
Yeah,
which would be things like that tapping on the glass and stuff, and that would be pretty uncomfortable to do,
it is
even
definitely uncomfortable, but
like I think it would be a hard video to watch as well, or
yeah,
even
but
just to hear it, like to listen.
that is the harsh reality of history though.
Yeah, and I mean
Like
it has to be kind
like
of
I've seen some
preserved.
comments about people making like Titanic sinking and stuff
Yeah,
that people don't like when there's people on it because that makes it so much realer. But that is the reality.
yeah. I
There
mean,
was
like
people.
I've never had people on mine, and just the reason is because it's really hard to
Yeah,
like, and I
it's
mean,
technically hard.
yeah, but like if I can do it, I would like to, just because that is how it was. And I usually get comments saying to put people on it, like why aren't there people on it? That's usually what I get.
Yeah,
Whenever,
well, I haven't gotten a lot of them, but there's some people that think it gets like a new sense of realism when there's real people on it.
yeah, I just see a question there. Did Titanic, or why did Titanic's funnels collapse when it was sinking? Um, I mean the sheer angle of the ship when it was like the funnels are not as strong as they look. They're hollow. They're They're not made out of really strong materials. Like they can bend, like they can warp really easily when they're. But it was just the angle, and when the water got to it, the water kind of just helped drag it down, I suppose.
Yeah,
Um,
also, the water went into like the interior parts of the funnel.
yeah, and then pushed
And
up against it probably.
yeah, and it basically collapsed it from the inside.
Yeah,
So it was only the cables holding it at some point.
yeah, and then they eventually gave out, and
Yeah.
that's why we see them go. It is interesting though because everyone is saying now that Lusitania's funnels never collapsed as it sank. Everyone used to say that they fell one by one like Titanic's, but now everyone is saying they didn't at all fall until it
Well,
hit the sea floor underwater and then they came off.
I think that has something to do with the speed of sinking, though,
Yeah.
because Titanic was sinking so slowly, and as I said, like the wildly believed thing is that a water pressure was building up so much inside.
Yeah, and
Like,
the worst thing about Lusitania was when it was sinking, it was moving forward,
yeah,
and that was pushing water kind of in even quicker as well.
yeah.
And yeah, it was. Uh,
I have no idea what's happening.
yeah. So I'm what? Uh, I don't know what that is.
Could be
uh,
unrelated.
I've never seen that person before in the chat either, so I don't know who they are. It could be just something that shouldn't be there, but collapsible A was also caught by the funnel wire. Yeah, so um, there's a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but so actually I'll go back here, or I am here. There's a rumor that as the collapsibles were trying to be launched, one of them had got hooked up to this davit. Like it had been hooked up, but it hadn't been swung out. So what they did is they cut the because they had attached the ropes to it. So what they did is they cut the ropes and just let it float kind of away. But there used to be a rumor that someone accidentally cut one of these. Now I don't think it would have been possible to cut one of them.
Oh, that's steel wire,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, or what? Some kind of metal wiring. So but people used to say that's how the first funnel fell because someone cut one of these thinking it was a rope for the lifeboat. I don't think that's the case, but we do know definitely they were cutting ropes to let the lifeboat go,
Yeah.
and it
So I
was
do not believe because
yeah.
these
I
funnels are constructed in a way that if one
They could
cable is
yeah,
not,
it would be all right. Like
yeah,
if one went, it would still be okay. But it was these collapsible lifeboats were crazy because on this side, when they were getting this collapsible down, it landed upside down
yeah,
and there was no time to get it. So as the water was coming up, because once the water got to the bridge, the ship started sinking really fast, like really,
yeah,
really fast. Like the ship went down in 2 hours and 40 minutes, but like for 2 hours and 30 minutes, the water had only gotten to here. And it's when it got to here, there was only about 10 minutes left. So they pushed the lifeboat off there and it fell upside down. So when the water came, it it floated, but it was upside down. And
yeah,
there's a picture of that lifeboat in the sea and another lifeboat going past it. So you've got like it's a very famous picture where just it's upside down and then there's another lifeboat beside it, and it was taken from the Carpathia,
mm,
and you can just see that it's upside down and no one's on it because they got everyone off it, but there were people on it. Uh,
yeah.
in A Night to Remember, they put a lot of they put like Lighthauler, Charles Lighthauler on it, the second officer. Apparently, he was on it in real life as well. Like he was the person in command of it.
Mm.
Um, But yeah, it was probably terrifying standing here and then just seeing the water coming up and up and up, and you're trying to get into one of these. These were the last two things that were left, and they're tiny. They're not even the size of a full lifeboat. They're even smaller. Like,
Yeah.
what do we have here?
Was it really weight that made the Titanic break in half, or was it a boiler explosion? So it was definitely the weight.
Yeah,
I I've never heard about the boiler explosion.
no, I think boiler explosion. You might be thinking of the implosion that happened to the stern when it was on its descent, but that didn't
Yeah.
happen until after, like, it was completely underwater, and that was not really to do with the boilers. That was just to do with the stern section in general,
Yeah.
imploding. But the the weight, it's because you had half of the ship that was underwater, filled with water, and then you had the other half in the air that was empty, and then you had gravity, of course, pulling into the factor as well. Like, it's, that's just how it worked. Like, I'm
Also
actually
the
surprised for how long it held.
yeah,
Like,
also like the engines,
yeah, the
incredibly heavy.
engines, the propellers as well. They're all in the stern, and they're helping with that. Yeah. Um. So, like, I'm actually surprised it held right up until that point. In the, like, it's incredible how long. Um. And that's kind of why the Britannic didn't break in half, so as to say, because the way Britannic filled up with water was more even.
Yeah.
Because the only way water could enter through Titanic was kind of through that hole where the iceberg hit, and then once the water obviously got up to the boat deck and stuff, it could get in through like windows and stuff. But on Britannic, when the hit the mine, the hole was huge, but then the maids had also left a lot of the portholes open, so that allowed water to enter rapidly and more
Also
even.
they didn't have time to close the watertight doors, right?
Yeah, they were all left open, so the water could
Yeah.
move freely through the ship. That's a big thing. People wonder, could have the ship stayed afloat if the watertight doors were closed? Would have the damage been enough to keep it afloat? But um, even I feel like even if it was, the ship was in like that. That explosion destroyed the ship's
Yeah.
structure. Like, it warped the hull, so like the ship probably would have been unusable after that,
Yeah.
anyways. And they wanted to beach it as well. So, like, if they had beached it, I guarantee you the ship would have been scrapped then straight away
Yeah.
because it just wouldn't have been usable. And there's also rumours of what happened to Captain Smith. Officers Wild, Murdoch, and Moody, and Thomas Andrews, along with a few other people. We may never know what happened to them. Well, yeah, there was
Yeah.
a
So
rumour.
I actually wanted to ask you this.
Yeah.
Just a couple of minutes ago. Have you heard a rumor about Captain Smith? Um, he was the last seen jumping out into the water to save a dog or something.
Um, I don't know if I've heard him jumping out to save a dog. What I have heard is I've heard that he was seen swimming someone over to a lifeboat and then swimming
Okay.
back towards the ship. And this was way after the bridge went underwater, meaning that people think he went into the bridge like he did in the movie, and then when he did what he did like he did in the movie, but then he got swept out from the water, like he got pushed
Yeah.
actually back out. And what I heard is, I think it was lifeboat number 2 was like over here somewhere, like out at sea, kind of over. Can I get through here? And I'll try and stand where. And
Sorry,
someone.
saving a child. That's the rumor. Okay, so I'm mixing it up.
Well, I genuinely don't know, but I just remember what I heard is, the rumor I heard is that he helped someone who couldn't swim over to a lifeboat, and then he swam back towards the ship and wasn't seen again. And that lifeboat was about here and then a bit like out there, kind of. It was like
Yeah.
And then for Thomas Andrews, the last thing I remember for him was being seen giving someone a life jacket and then going to the smoking room. That's the last thing we know for him.
Yeah, he stared out
He
into
could he
nothingness.
Yeah, he couldn't go. He couldn't watch the like boat deck and all the people on it. He couldn't do that. He was
Yeah.
all like he was. Yeah. I don't really know what officers Wild, Murdoch, and Moody were up to. Like, kind of, like I know Murdoch was like obviously he was helping people until the very end, but I don't really know much about some of the other officers. I thought I heard Captain Price survived. There was a stupid newspaper article that was done in 1978. Like a tabloid newspaper said that they found Captain Smith alive in a lifeboat, like
Jesus.
in the Atlantic 70 years later or whatever it was. And like I'm like, so he just lasted 70 years at sea without
That's
any
impressive.
food or fresh water.
Also, he was like 60.
Yeah, exactly. Like
So
it's
he
a
broke
it's a newspaper article. You can look it up. Like it was published and everything. I was like, what is this?
he broke the record for the oldest age ever, and he
Probably.
broke the record for amount of years spent at
Yeah,
sea.
that's
That's,
ridiculous. Like
that's impressive.
there's also rumors of Captain Smith jumping off the bridge. Possibly. Like I believe is he was washed away from the bridge, like Captain Turner from the Lusitania was as well. Just because the when the waves are coming and the ship is going down so fast, like the water just pushes you out of the way.
Yeah.
Um. So yeah, it's hard to know exactly what happened because everyone's going to say something different. But yes, Captain Smith would have been long dead by 1970 if he had survived, of course.
I'm
Absolutely.
pretty sure. I also remember when I was young, I think it came out like a stupid YouTube video, Titanic 2 trailer that I found in Jack frozen in
Oh yeah,
into like an ice block. Uh,
yes,
but the video was so well edited
yes.
for
I
a
know.
YouTube video.
I saw that as well. I thought that was going to be coming out,
Yeah, me too.
and it
It looked
wasn't. It wasn't until I saw a different film that used scenes from that trailer,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then I realized, hang on, this is the same stuff that I saw in this trailer. But yeah, that was really well made, actually.
Especially for at that time.
Yeah,
That was I remember showing it to my family and stuff.
yeah. I probably
And,
did as well, actually. Like,
and they were like, there's no way, this is just too stupid.
yeah.
I was like, no, it's real. Look.
Because it got millions of views as well. Like it
Yeah.
actually. But have you seen the Titanic 2 film?
No, I have not.
So it came out in 2010. Very low budget. They actually filmed a lot of it on the Queen Mary. So for half of the film, Titanic has three funnels, and then for the other half, she has four. Like, so it's really stupid. Do yourself a favor, don't watch it.
Didn't wasn't there a Titanic 2 that came out just a couple of years ago as well?
Like a film.
Yeah.
That was Titanic 666 that came out 2 years
Oh
ago.
no,
Yeah.
I'm not that one.
No?
I thought there was like a Titanic. Maybe I'm mixing it up.
Titanic 2. I only know of one Titanic 2 movie. Because in Titanic 666, it's the fucking Titanic 3. It's Titanic 3 now already. Yeah, Titanic 666 was the zombie movie. Yeah, it was weird. I haven't watched it, but I saw the trailer.
It's in a couple of years we're gonna get the Titanic cinematic universe.
Yeah, and they're all just going to meet up together, and it's going to be like when in Spider-Man when they all like come back together. It's just going to be like 9 Titanics all together.
Oh my god.
How did the lights stay on so long before short circuiting? You know what? There's a very good video that Mike Brady from Ocean Liners Designs made like not even a week ago, like 5 days ago. He made a video on that. I don't usually shout people out on the channel, but that was a very well made video. So if you want a proper answer, I'd recommend watching that video because he explains it perfectly.
Yeah.
Plus, his accent is very relaxing to listen to. Nice Australian accent. Titanic 666 was a WTF movie for me. Yeah, well, uh, I haven't watched it, but for me, the Titanic 2 movie from 2010 is the worst movie I've ever watched in my life. That doesn't mean like I don't mean the worst ship movie. I mean the worst movie ever, and that's like it's terrible. It's awful. But I feel like if I watched Titanic 666, then that would be the worst movie.
Have you ever played Call of Duty Zombies?
Yes. Are you going the map, the Titanic map?
Yeah.
It's actually not that bad. It's pretty accurate, you know.
I actually really like it.
Yeah, the interior is actually pretty well made. They actually did a decent job. The one thing that would have been really cool is because you know the way in Zombies it's rounds. It goes up like rounds.
Yeah.
They should make the ship sink so the map gets smaller and smaller, so it gets harder and harder to play.
Yeah,
that would have been interesting. But I haven't. It's been a while since I played it. I'd love to play it again. Actually, I should re-download it and give it a go.
But we should definitely play that together.
Yeah, sure. I have it on the. Is it? Do you have it on PC? I have it on PC.
I don't remember which one is it. Is it Black Ops?
It's Black Ops 4. Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I definitely have that on PC. Yeah.
I'd have to re-download it, but yeah, definitely we could live stream that sometime. Just Titanic Zombies. Yeah, definitely. I'd love to do that.
Like everybody said, like Titanic enthusiasts, and we're just running around killing zombies on Titanic.
What if we get a full group of Titanic enthusiasts to play zombies together?
Yeah.
So we get Derek, we get a few other people as well, and we're all running around shooting zombies.
That would have been so cool.
Yeah.
We're not even going to kill any zombies. We're just going to point out.
Yeah, that's what will happen. We'll be there supposed to be killing zombies, and then we'll be just there like going around like this, and we'll be like, "Oh wow, look at that!" Like, and then that's what would happen. Dude, I heard a Brightside video that the Titanic did a VBreak and it was sunk by U-boat. Yeah, okay, so Brightside, they make their videos like they don't care about the accuracy. They just do it for like, you know, because it's promotional videos. They just do that. They asked me once, could they use my stuff in one of their videos?
Really?
And I asked them what was going to be the title of the video, and they said VBreak, and I said no. Like, no way, I am not letting you put that in my video, or I'm not letting you put my video in that. Like, it's absolutely not. They just don't care about. They don't do their research. They just make the video so they can get money and stuff. You know, like they don't care about the history and all that of it.
Yeah, and it's the same annoying voice every single time.
Yeah, which I actually think it's an AI voice now. I don't think.
You would not believe how Titanic actually sank.
Yeah, I love going up here onto the compass tower.
I've never been up here before.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's a bit random.
But what was this used for?
So it was just used for navigation. So an officer could come up here and there'd be the compass in there. And he'd be like, "Oh, we're pointing north. Cool." And that would be it. Like, that's all it was for.
Okay.
On Britannic, they had this, but then they actually also, because usually these are on top of the bridge, on the roof of the bridge. That's usually where they are. So like on Lusitania, they were on the bridge, on the top of the bridge on on Mauritania, they were on top of the bridge. And then a few years, Britannic had it on top of the bridge as well. They never put it on Olympic's roof of the bridge, but they put it on Britannic's. That's a lovely screenshot there, actually, of the wireless room. Let's go in there and try. I love the skylight.
Yeah.
It's really cool. That they had that. And to be working away in here, it's very cool.
It was there because the compass needed to have some distance from the ship to be accurate.
Now there's something I didn't know. I didn't
So,
know. I didn't know it had. That's actually so. That's why, because it's in. It's actually in the very middle of the ship. I just
yeah.
realized. That's okay. I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense, though. Yeah, that's because they have one on the bridge and they have one on the stern as well.
Yeah.
So that's actually that's genius. So yeah, they could
How on earth would they communicate though? Would just one guy run to the middle of the ship and
probably, yeah.
read and then sprint back to the bow?
I mean, it's not that far. You know, it's
It,
just it's a like, imagine we're walking here now. Now we're running. It's not that bad.
but just imagine like, well, I guess they wouldn't use the compass for docking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think they'd only use this for certain. Maybe if they were lost or something, because I feel like they know where they're going.
It's to make sure they're on the right track, I guess.
Yeah, but it's nice. Like it's nice. It's get a great view. Like,
They have definitely changed the material for the stairs.
oh yeah, definitely. Like it's way darker.
Yeah, I've noticed
I
a
don't
whole
like it.
lot of other stairs as well. It looks out of place.
Yeah, maybe the engine did something with it, changed the
Yeah,
color, like the light. Because I feel like their brass was never this bright either. It was never that bright. It was way darker than that as well.
yeah.
But yeah, no, that's really cool about the compass tower. Didn't know that that's the reason. I'm glad I know that now. These signs have changed as well. They look very weird. The signs that I used to have look way more kind of professional looking because I based my signs off the way James Cameron's ones look like on his ship,
Yeah.
and they look more. I think there's actually some of them still left on this model. If you go to the bow, I think you can see them from the bridge. Or did they get rid of them in this update? No, there used to be signs on there that said like notice no passengers beyond this point, and they looked nice. And they were based off Cameron's one as well. Because Cameron's signs just look right. These look weird.
They do.
They look like this is gonna sound stupid, but I think this just give it a second to load.
Like the font looks like it's some sort of cheese font.
I was gonna say the font looks like Willy Wonka, the top
Yeah.
one. Like the Willy Wonka and the chocolate factory. Um, yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's weird. They did a great job on the lifeboats. I think they look incredible.
Yeah.
Like seeing the chains, the cover, the nameplates look like amazing.
Yeah.
It's really well done. And the that's the I don't know what that means again. I forget. It's something like something about their. It's like their registration or something, or like a weight limit or something. I don't know how it works, but it's something to do with the
I'm
lifeboats.
not sure.
Yeah. The Honor and Glory team used to sell these. You could buy them off their shop, like 3D printed versions of them. But
Huh.
they closed their shop now because they couldn't do the orders that people were paying for.
Huh.
I saw actually recently. I saw one of these, an Olympic one of these for sale, like a real life one. Like,
Really?
yeah, it was on eBay for like it was at a private auction for thousands, and a nomadic one as well. I saw a nomadic one a few years ago. Um, which is kind of, it's cool that they're still around.
Yeah. Well, no, you've destroyed the chat now by
Oh
no longer
no, why? What did I say?
everybody talking about chocolate.
Where's this? I don't see this chocolate thing. Oh,
Well,
I like his chocolate. Oh, I see it now. Oh no,
the
the chocolate of the
yeah.
Atlantic Ocean.
Oh,
Well, will we change the color of the water, or will we change the water to chocolate like it is in the factory, like the river of chocolate? Oh
dang.
god, there's a new Willy Wonka film coming out actually soon, isn't there?
Yeah.
A new one now. I wonder what it'll be if it'll be good or not.
I mean, there's little that can beat Tim Burton.
Yeah, he's. I'm excited to see what it's going to be like
Yeah,
because
same.
I loved the first one. I liked the second one as a kid, but now when I watch the second one, it's weird because it's
Wait, which one is the
the
second
Johnny
one?
Depp one.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I love Johnny Depp. I love him. So he's one of my favorite actors, but it's such a weird film.
It is definitely unique.
Yeah, and that's good. Like it's nice to see it's different and it's not just like a replica, But
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like the book at all. It's like its own thing.
I've never read the book, actually.
The book it's a good book.
Well, the book is written by a Norwegian. It's Roald Dahl, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were
So,
trying to censor all of his books recently.
yeah, I know. It's a huge thing in Norway right now.
Yeah, and I was like, they better not do that. Like,
Because you can't call people, like in my language, you can't call them fat anymore.
really,
You have,
because that's what
you
it
have to
had in the
call them,
book.
you have to call them huge.
That sounds worse.
Yes,
That
exactly.
sounds worse.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. Everybody thinks,
So
well,
wait, if I called someone fat there, would I get like arrested or something?
no, no.
No,
It's,
no.
it's, it's more like,
Or would I get like fined or something or in trouble?
no, no. It's not a word that's a problem. It's in literature. Sorry,
Oh yeah,
literature.
yeah, because that they were trying to remove it from the book. Like when they call the German kid who falls into the river. I think he calls him a fat kid in the book.
Yeah, so now he's just going to be called the huge kid instead, and that is so
Th-
much
yeah, that is
worse.
so much worse. Oh no, we can't go here.
And Matilda and stuff. Yeah, Matilda is also by Roald Dahl.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's amazing. Some of the work that he had created is absolutely incredible. His books,
yeah, it's like 90% of my childhood.
yeah, and all the movies were brilliant as well. Like that
Yeah,
were based off his stories though.
yeah, like half of them were Tim Burton.
Yeah, the porthole. I love these little fuse boxes. They're scattered around everywhere. It's just nice to see them kind of
Yeah,
there that they
so
exist.
much detail.
That, is that door at an angle? It is. It's not. Oh, that's weird.
It is.
It's because we're getting into the real tightness. These hallways are so narrow as well.
Yeah, that I was really surprised when I was building like my interior.
Yeah, it's
Because
so.
it didn't make sense to me that it was that small because I keep having to shrink my character.
Well,
So
have you seen what their model looks like if you go into free cam?
yeah, I've seen some
Like
images
the
from
hull,
their.
there's no hull. It's not like it's not like a proper. See here, look, the shape isn't right because they couldn't fit it in properly.
Oh,
So if you like, it's just not the right shape. If you look properly, you can see, which is unfortunate. They just didn't know how to do it. That means that must mean the rooms are too big. They must need to make the rooms slightly smaller
yeah.
if they can't fit them in. See, there's the other side as well. You can just see, especially at the stern, that's not right. And that's why we can't. That's why we can't go free cam because we'd see that. Like,
Oh,
that's what we'd see if we did it. This isn't an old version of Demo 401 though. This isn't the new 2.0 version. but it's the
Yeah.
same. If you go into free cam, I think it still looks the same.
Damn.
The books were always the best. I love the movies, but with the books, you can just make your own picture. Yeah, it's kind of like with the Harry Potters, I believe. Like, you know, the books just
Yeah.
give so much more detail. And now that they're remaking the series, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't want to see like a transsexual Harry
Yeah,
Potter.
yeah. If I see that, it's ruined it for me. Like, I'm not trying to be against it or anything, but
Oh no, but there's a difference though.
yeah,
Like we can say that we don't like because you're changing
yeah.
the
Don't
original
just don't
stuff.
change. Yeah, don't change the original. Just keep it the way it
Yeah,
was, and it'll be fine.
but thankfully it's HBO making it, and not
I trust them. Yeah. They
because
made the Chernobyl show.
if it was Netflix, we're gonna get a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, and I trust them because they made that Chernobyl show.
Yeah, that was
And
really good.
that was incredible. So
And The Last of Us, I really enjoyed.
yeah, so like I trust HBO with this. They're really good, I think, at making that kind of stuff. So I don't. I just hope that because it's going to be long. It's going to be 8 years of seasons. There's going to be 8 seasons, one every year. That's 8 years. That's a lot of stuff. So like if if the first season does bad, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean they really have to take their time with this.
Yeah, and I
And
think they will because they know what'll happen if they don't.
yeah,
So the interiors are not accurate in the alpha. That will be fixed, and Kyle is building a new hull. Yeah, yeah. So that's why the hull looks like that. That exterior picture because they haven't built the new exterior hull yet.
gotcha.
Which Kyle is currently building it plate by plate, and he's modeling it the same way that they built the ship in real life, which is crazy.
Yeah, I've seen the images.
Yeah, so fair, well done to him for doing that. Um, all the interiors will sadly need to be semi remade. Yeah, just kind of well, not completely remade, probably just modified a bit to work the way they're supposed to. But
Well, I mean, if one room if is off scale, then all the others are
yeah,
gonna have to be repositioned.
but I mean,
So it's definitely a job.
yeah, I mean Kyle is incredible though. Um,
Yeah.
he will, he will he will get it done. He gets everything done. Even like he was actually in the live stream chat when we played the last time, and I was really happy. I had never seen him in my chat before. It was really nice to see him because he's inspired me a lot when he made that Titanic model
Yeah.
for the game that I used to make my videos in before I started animating them. I used to use his model because it was a brilliant model. If Titanic survived the iceberg, do you think she would have been sunk in the war? Uh, Probably. I mean, a lot of ships sank in the war.
I mean,
I
it's kind of 50-50 because
Yeah,
Olympic
yeah,
survived, but
Olympic
Titanic.
survived. It really depends on what her mission was. Where did she go? It's also possible that she mightn't have been put into war service because Lusitania wasn't put into war service. She can stayed as a passenger liner. So it's possible that they might have just kept Titanic as a passenger ship. But it's also possible what I think would have happened is this is my honest opinion. I think Olympic would have became the troop ship like she did. I think Titanic would have became the hospital ship, and then I think Britannic would have been finished as a passenger liner and not been entered into war service at all. She would have been like finished as a passenger ship and then laid up.
Yeah.
because they wouldn't want to send a brand new ship into the war that's finished. The only reason they let Britannic go into the war was because the government agreed to pay to finish building the ship if they let them use it.
Oh, really?
So the White Star Line basically got half of a ship for free, even though they never got to use it. You know, the government paid for it.
Okay.
So, they were. Geez, look how. Oh my god, look at that. How are you supposed. What if them doors swing out? You're not going to be able to open them.
I know, right?
Oh my god.
Man, I really hope none of the passengers had claustrophobia.
God, it would have not been easy for them, I'll tell you that. This is cool. Is this like a second class purser's office?
I do believe Derek informed us the last time. It seems to be.
It looks like kind of a purser's office style.
Yeah, like a desk information kind of center.
Yeah. It's nice, I like it.
Yeah.
Furniture can be used, but all the walls and floors and everything will have to be remained. They don't fit it if they don't fit at all. Yeah, yeah, that sucks. Like that really sucks.
I've never understood how the team have made their walls. Like, is it all made as one mesh, or do they have it like constructed like this panel right there?
So do you think as in like including these support beams and stuff?
Yeah, like that's my question, because I don't
Yeah.
know, 'cause I made this Windows kind of thing myself, but that's one model, and there's a wall, and the wall just goes alongside the whole ship with just holes in the correct position, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it looks like the window is one mesh and it's just copy and pasted, and then it's, you know, obviously if it needs to be put at a slightly different angle or position, it's just moved, you know, kind of a bit to the angle. But I mean, if they modeled it individually, that's
No, I definitely don't think so.
because that'd be such a waste, because all of this is kind of going to waste now because they have to redo everything.
Yeah. At least if they did, then it definitely explains why it has taken them 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're releasing this as Project 401, and then Titanic Titanic Honor and Glory will have the new like hull with the proper scale. I just realized there's a few cabins we didn't go into, first class cabins, the fancy ones. So I think we'll go in there, and then we might end it there because it's been 4 hours. I didn't realize how long we've been doing this for.
Yeah.
So let's go to like the parlor suite cabins. And if anyone has any questions, maybe start putting them in now, and we can get them answered before we finish.
Sad that the newest Fantastic Beasts movie is really bad. I love the first ones.
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the reasons. Oh, I love this cabin. I think one of the reasons is because they got rid of Johnny Depp. People hated that so much.
That was a bad move.
And I loved Johnny Depp in it. He did such a good job.
Yeah.
In the role. So when they did that, I think that was one of the reasons. And they've cancelled them now.
Yeah.
I
read there were supposed to be 2 additional.
2 more, yeah.
Yeah,
but they haven't been like cancelled. They've been postponed, so they could happen in the future, you know.
But if they're gonna bring back Johnny Depp now,
it's weird. Yeah,
it's just a slap in the face for themselves.
Yeah, but it would just be confusing, you know. Yeah. It would. Wow, these cabins are so nice. I mean, this isn't. I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's a private bathroom.
Yeah,
that's very. I want that for my bathroom. You know, nobody else had private bathrooms. Not even all the first class cabins had private bathrooms. Only some of them did. So where's that? Let's go to the B52, 54, or B53, 50. No, 51, 53, 55. No, where is it? Am I on the right deck even?
I have no idea. I get so confused on where I am.
I'm trying to. Oh wait, no. I think I'm too. I need to go a bit forward, do I?
This
No,
is B
it's
deck or the C deck?
C deck. I'm one too low.
Yeah.
I need to go up. Here we go.
I
Now,
messed everything up.
B51, 53, 55.
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah, Parallel Suite. Love it. I think I didn't ask Derek, but I think this is a hint. It's a rose. And I think this is to when Cal flips the table.
Probably.
I love that so much. Billy Zane, who plays Cal in the Titanic, does it so well.
Yeah.
It's such a good character. Like, he's such a hateable character, but it's so important to have someone like him in the film. So yeah, this cabin is absolute. Oh my
god. Looks nothing like the movie though.
I know. Well, no, in the movie they use the cabin downstairs, which is weird. So like they can I go into I can't go into the third part of the cabin but I can go on the other side, I think.
Because they used a unoccupied cabin, I believe.
Yeah, so Ismay stayed in oh, thank you for the subscription, Mackenzie. In the movie they put Jack and Rose in B52, 54, or not Jack and Rose, like Rose and Cal and all them in B52, 54, 56. Bruce Ismay stayed in that cabin, but nobody stayed in B51, or B51, 53, 55, which is these ones. Nobody stayed in these. They weren't occupied. So it's weird that they put or they put Rose in the one that Bruce Ismay was in. They should have put her in the one that she wasn't, or that wasn't occupied. But I mean, it's all right. But it's weird because they say James Cameron he says that this is the cabin that's connected to the promenade, which isn't. So we see this cabin, we see Rose in this cabin.
All right.
Do you remember the scene where like you're the what's his name, Lovejoy, is looking for her?
Yeah.
And they run through this door and then they close it and then they go out here.
But the room looks like 10 times bigger in the movie.
It does actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the cabins weren't as big as the cabins were not as big as James Cameron's made them look. Octo Kraken, thank you for the subscription as well.
And this is also like that one. That is actually something they found in the wreck, right?
The fireplace.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's great close-ups of the clock. The clock is still on the mantelpiece as well.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
That.
Yeah, it's very, very nice that they've been able to do all this. So I think there's a few more cabins on the next level as well. The Louis XVI.
Yeah. I just figured that's how they got in, because it's so close to the grand staircase.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they can just because it's all open. They can just get in. Yeah. I love this cabin so much. It reminds me of Britannic's cabins. I feel like this is what they would have looked like, because if you look at Britannic's designs, she has a lot of this kind of green color with the wood, and I just think it looks really
green marble and stuff.
Really love it. And then you go in here and it's the blue one, which is really nice as well.
Yeah.
And then you go in here and it's the kind of burgundy one. So these three cabins are lovely. I love them.
Yeah.
And they're really fancy as well. Really fancy cabins. And I think
sinks, the marble plated sinks.
Oh yes, yeah. Beautiful. Like, imagine you have a sink in your bedroom.
Yeah.
It's amazing. This one's lovely as well. Actually, the blue is very nice.
Yeah.
And then what color do they have in this one? blue one as well. Very nice. And the stained glass.
Yeah.
Incredible. I wonder, could have you seen the stained glass? I wonder from the other side. You probably would have to be really close to notice it through the window.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Is this area even accessible in the wreck?
I think this is the where Isidore and Ida Strauss's cabins were.
Okay.
And these cabins, if these are Isidore and Ida Strauss's cabins, they were blown away from the wreck, and they're like in a separate location, and they're like collapsed in on top of each other.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be amazing to be able to bring up some of this stained glass?
Yeah.
Especially the ones in the smoking room. That stained glass is amazing. But yeah, I think that's all the cams. I think we've gone everywhere, or like pretty much. I've definitely gone everywhere that I didn't go in the last video. So
yeah,
we've covered a lot of ground. We've been streaming for nearly over 4 hours now. So I think it was really good. We had a nice active chat as well, which was really nice. It's nice to have lots of people in the chat talking and asking questions, because it keeps the stream kind of going. So yeah, I think we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining. It was really nice having you on the stream.
Yeah,
and getting to talk about your like showing us your pictures, kind of your model and stuff as well. It was really nice to see what kind of you're working on at the moment, and I can't wait to see the documentary that's coming out with the little Britannic scenes in it as well. That should be really cool. Is that coming out on your channel, or is it going out on their channel?
That was going out on their channel.
Okay, cool. And is there a date, or is it just going to be whenever it's ready, kind of?
Whenever it's ready.
Okay, that's cool. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. And we'll have to do the Black Ops Zombies.
Yes, I'm so hyped about that.
Yeah, that'll be really good. But
definitely know how to do that.
Yeah. But thank you so much everyone for joining. If you enjoyed the stream and want to see more, just get the likes, like the video if you enjoyed it, and we can definitely do this again. We could maybe even do explore the Britannic game or something. We can, or we might do this Titanic Zombies thing next. You never know. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. This is the longest stream I've ever done as well on the channel, so I really appreciate you all stopping by, especially on such short notice. I only decided I was going to stream this morning, so I really appreciate it. So thank you so much, everyone, and